These planes epitomized the shape of the supersonic jet fighter. They were the century fighters. After the close of the Second World War, there was a period of great expansion in jet engine development. The release of German design data spurred on the second generation of jet fighter aircraft. In particular, the concepts in swept wing designs. Previously, jet aircraft designs had maintained the straight wing concepts of their propeller-driven forebears. These had also brought with them the speed and maneuverability limitations associated with wings designed for slower existing speeds. World affairs at the time were also turning frosty between the Soviet and American governments. The worsening dialogue between the nations saw the world marching towards the Cold War period. World paranoia was raised another notch in 1949, when the Soviets displayed reverse-engineered B-29 Fortresses as their Tu-4 long-range bombers. Having previously tested their own nuclear weapons, American defense analysts were forced to rethink their Air Force requirements. The American fighter infantry at the time had the North American-built F-86 Sabre. This was a very technically advanced fighter for its day. The 35-degree swept wing, exceptional view, and hydraulic control surfaces made this a favorite of many fighter pilots. To counter the threat of the Soviet long-range bombers, the F-86s were designed as interception fighters and armed with a cluster of 6 half-inch machine guns in the nose of the plane and a rack of unguided rockets mounted under the fuselage. A favorite at air shows was the sonic boom produced by the planes to impress the crowds. These fighters were publicly seen to be the plane of the future and as the cutting edge of American Air Force. The middle of 1950 saw a new battleground in the skies above Korea. Originally, the Sabres were to be used as bomber escorts for the B-29s, destroying the North Korean infrastructure. On the 1st of November, though, Russian MiG-15 stunned the American pilots with their performance. These aircraft were much further advanced than the American concepts of Russian jet development. The B-29s, even with their defensive armament, were no match for the outstanding MiGs. The Sabres were then sent to defend the bombers, and so began the fighter versus fighter combat that would become the MiG and Sabre discussion that still rages today. One of the primary advantages of the MiG over the Sabre was its 50,000-foot service ceiling, 10,000 feet above that of the F-86s. There was nothing that the Sabre pilots could do unless the MiGs decided to come down and do battle. However, one of the most serious weaknesses of the MiG-15 was its tendency to go into uncontrollable spins, especially in the hands of inexperienced pilots. Many Sabre victories in Korea were scored without the F-86 pilots ever having to fire their guns. They merely forced their MiG opponents into spins from which their pilots could not recover. By the end of the conflict, the facts that had proven most decisive were that, as the U.S. Air Force had no clear air superiority at that time, it was U.S. pilots and crews, who were all highly trained and experienced airmen, that made the difference, whereas with the exception of some Russian World War II veterans, the MiG pilots were often sent into combat with only limited training and flying experience. The F-86 models were phased out of the Air Force inventory within a year after the Korean War. However, 5 new fighters were then in research and development phases. They were popularly called the Century Series due to their 100-plus designations. Three of these aircraft, the F-100, the F-101, and the F-102, were descended from existing fighter designs. The remaining two, the F-103 and the F-104, were entirely new concepts. The Air Force considered the F-100 Sabre, later called the Super Sabre, to be an improvement of the latest F-86 design and ordered it for immediate production. The F-100 was more than an updated F-86, however. The new aircraft incorporated a 45-degree angle swept wing, a larger fuselage, new armament, and a new engine, the J57 P7 Pratt & Whitney turbojet, complete with afterburner. North American aviation completed much of the design on its own. The Air Force ordered production models of the aircraft in 1952, skipping the usual prototype testing phase. The first flight of the F-100A took place on 25th of May 1953, with no major deficiencies noted. By mid-year, however, three problems became apparent: low speed handling characteristics, poor visibility over the nose during takeoff and landing, and inadequate static and dynamic stability. Two of the problems were quickly rectified, but the issue of low speed handling, particularly on landings and takeoff, was to dog the Super Sabre throughout its life. The F-100 went on to become a specialist ground attack fighter bomber, and was used in extensive deployment during the Vietnam conflict and the Rolling Thunder program. The F-101 Voodoo from McDonnell was a swept-wing twin-engine jet fighter. Like the F-100, the F-101 also used the J57 engines, 4 20mm T-160 cannon, and built-in air refueling equipment. The new aircraft, planned to replace the F-84, made its first flight in the fall of 1954 and entered service in 1957. In addition to its role as bomber escort, the aircraft had strategic striking and air-to-air combat capabilities. The Air Force also adapted the aircraft for reconnaissance missions. The Convair F-102A Delta Dagger single-seat all-weather interceptor was the first delta-wing combat aircraft in the world to enter operational service. It was also the world's first all-weather interceptor capable of supersonic performance in level flight. It was the first fighter to have an all-missile armament provided as standard from the very start of the initial design stage. The F-103 was an even more high-performance interceptor being developed by Republic Aviation at the same time as the F-102. However, in 1954, funds were denied for an extended development program, and in 1957, the program was cancelled altogether. Development of the Lockheed F-104 Starfighter, an advanced day fighter scheduled to replace the F-100, began in 1952. But didn't make significant progress until mid-1954. This aircraft, called a minimum concept weapon, was meant to perform air superiority missions at lower expense than its more complex contemporaries. The F-104 had a thin, straight wing attached to a long, slender fuselage and was able to reach a top speed of Mach 1.83. Although the aircraft made its first flight in 1956, it didn't enter operational service until 2 years later. Later designs went to the outstanding F-105 Thunder Chief, F-106 Delta Dart, a further development of Convair's Delta Dagger, and then onto the F-107 for North America. All of the aircraft in the series had their initial problems. Most were dealt with in further development, but some became part and parcel of the job description, of jet fighter pilot. With the speeds now being achieved by the planes, the concept of landing became somewhat of an exercise in controlled chaos. The landing difficulties, which were experienced by the pilots, also extended to having a very long roll session if the deceleration sheet failed on the tarmac. Of the most worrisome, though, was still the lack of low-speed maneuverability characteristics of the plane on landing. Here, the pilot has seen he's undershooting his landing point and attempts to pull his plane up. In opening the throttle too quickly, he's induced compressor stall and the plane has sunk below a controllable speed. The resulting overcorrections have only compounded the problem, and the final result was catastrophic. At times, this problem became common enough for it to be given the term saber dance. Though this became the bane of many of the Century fighters, it was not in particular a design flaw as such. It was only that the airframes were designed with one purpose, and that was to go fast. The design requirements for supersonic speeds are not at all forgiving at slow speeds. As a result, no landing was ever to be taken for granted in a Century fighter. Many of the aircraft were further developed after their initial acceptance. The 104 from Lockheed was initially designed as an interception and air superiority fighter. It was occasionally described as a manned missile and almost supported the fact as the tiny wings were bolted onto the outside skin of the aircraft. The Starfighter was also one of the very unforgiving styles of Century fighter. The German Luftwaffe lost over 200 planes in accidents. For a significant period, the 104 itself was widely regarded as the hottest plane in the air. In spite of its initial testing problems with in-flight pitch-up, it went on to set and hold most records in speed, height, and climb at one time. Even when the F-4 Phantom II broke the Starfighter's records, the 104 reset them outside the F-4's abilities. Further developments of the airframe were later required to meet customer demands. The in-flight refueling concept, taken for granted today, had to be invented for the Century series. Significant retrofitting, though, was required for the 104 to be able to successfully deliver the unguided Genie nuclear rocket. With the plane's fuselage fully occupied with its engine, some concerns of how to provide separation before firing led to an elaborate trapeze concept for launching the weapon. Testing showed the 104 easily coped with all the new requirements, though it still failed to generate any large U.S. orders. The Genie missile was powered by a Thiokol Tu-389 rocket motor and was unguided, relying on its 1.5 kiloton nuclear warhead to ensure a kill. Launch weight was 822 pounds and maximum velocity was Mach 3.3. Snap-out fins gave the missile stability during flight. Range was about 8 miles, and flight time to target was about 12 seconds. One of the most significant marks of Lockheed's 104 was, though it didn't achieve major domestic sales in the US, its production did run for over 30 years for various NATO air forces and stayed in service even longer. On June 11, 1954, the U.S. Air Force authorized to contract North American's next fighter project, the F-100B fighter bomber. On July 8, the Air Force notified North American that the designation for the project had been officially changed to F-107A. Since this aircraft was so vastly different from the original F-100A, it deserved a completely new fighter designation. In comparison with the original F-100 with a top speed of around Mach 1.25, the F-107 was 50% longer and could achieve closer to Mach 2 as an interceptor. Also, moving the engine intake from the nose to the top of the fuselage just behind the cockpit allowed for conformal storage inside the fuselage of various nuclear weapons. The first F-107A took off on its maiden flight on September 10, 1956 at Edwards Air Force Base, with North American's test pilot Bob Baker at the controls. It went supersonic on its first flight, although there was some minor damage upon landing when the drag chute malfunctioned and the aircraft overran the end of the concrete runway and ended up in a ditch. The aircraft was quickly repaired and flew again 3 days later. The F-107A found itself in direct competition with the Republic F-105 Thunderchief for production orders. In March 1957, the U.S. Air Force decided to go with the F-105, and the F-107 was relegated to aerodynamic testing duties. The North American F-107 is widely regarded today as one of the best planes never to go into service. The F-105 Thunderchief was the first supersonic tactical fighter bomber that was developed from scratch for this role. All others before it were adaptations of aircraft that had originally been developed as pure fighters. The Thunderchief has the distinction of being the largest single-seat, single-engine fighter ever built. Although designed for the nuclear strike role, the Thunderchief gained distinction for the role it played in the Vietnam War in delivering conventional ordnance on targets in the north. The first YF-105A rolled out of the factory in the autumn of 1955. It was shipped to Edwards Air Force Base for initial trials over the Mojave Desert. The first flight of the YF-105A took place on October 22, 1955. It easily exceeded the speed of sound on its first flight, although, as expected, the transonic drag was quite high. It was the largest and heaviest single-seat fighter ever built up to that time. On January 30, 1957, the YF-105B, equipped with the new Pratt & Whitney J75 turbojet engine, took off on its first flight. The maximum speed reached during tests was Mach 2.15, which was remarkable considering the weight of the plane. Interestingly, the Convair F-106A was to use the same Pratt & Whitney J75 engine as the Thunderchief, though later development saw it fitted with an even more powerful version of the J75. In mid-1957, the F-106A was given the popular name Delta Dart, and went on to be regarded by many as being the finest all-weather interceptor ever built. It served on active duty with the U.S. Air Force for almost 28 years, much longer than most of its contemporaries. Despite the Thunderchief's large size and weight, in May of 1963, the F-105B was selected to replace the F-100C Super Sabres of the Thunderbirds flight demonstration team. The Thunderbirds team flew a few demonstrations with their F-105Bs, but a serious accident occurred in May. The modifications directed as a result of this accident prevented the use of the F-105Bs in any more public airshows. Because of its heavy schedule, the Thunderbirds team was hastily re-equipped with 8 F-100D supersonics. Here, the Thunderbirds are putting their Huns through one of the display sequences they'd become so well known for. The F-100Ds remained with the Thunderbirds until 1969.
Right on in. Popping the loop now, ease it off. Let it float. Alright, back in with the pull. Now let's ease it off and play the next. Hook off, now.
Though many of the Century series of fighter aircraft had their inherent flaws, all of them played extraordinary roles in the development of today's aeronautic technology. They had truly made their marks as the Century fighters. This fighter squadron is flying faster than the speed of sound. These pilots engaged in combat miles above the Earth. It was a truly fantastic concept. But when the first F-100 Super Sabres were delivered to the U.S. Air Force in 1953, that fantasy became a reality. Until then, the only planes to have broken the sound barrier were experimental test aircraft. With the arrival of the F-100, the age of supersonic air combat had truly begun. Their arrival wasn't an uneventful one. New planes set 2 records, the last subsonic world speed record and the first supersonic world speed record. After 4 years of development, the F-100 ushered in a new era. Ahead lay a long, tumultuous career that would be marked by distinction and marred by crashes and controversy. Overcoming the sound barrier was a landmark achievement, and the F-100 marked the dividing line between the first and second generation of jet fighters. Because the Air Force was just reaching the 100s to give as new plane designations, the first assortment of supersonic aircraft were known as the Century fighters. The Century fighters were renowned and included the F-105, but it was from the cockpits of the F-100 Super Sabres that the Thunderbird pilots would eventually choose to perform their aerobatic magic. The plane had its problems, including landing characteristics that were more like a controlled crash but in flight, its responsiveness and reliability won the affection of the most critical of pilots. Though Super Sabre was the product of a very distinguished design team, the North American company had been quietly successful since its inception. There had been no upheaval in the company since 1935, and within this stable atmosphere, the designers were encouraged to probe the cutting edge of aviation development. The Super Sabre was born in 1949, when the designers began exerting efforts to take the next major step forward, breaking the sound barrier. By the time the F-100 was developed, North American prided itself on having built the greatest fighters of World War II and Korea. Opinions may differ, but the two aircraft in question, the Mustang and the Sabre, would certainly be contenders for the title. As the third fighter from the stable, the F-100 faced the challenge of living up to this legacy. The company's first fighter was a classic. The P-51 Mustang was truly a legend. It had firmly established the company's name in the world of combat aircraft construction. In the European and Pacific theaters, the Mustang made its mark as a superb escort and attack aircraft. The first flown in 1940, it stood at the end of a long line of propeller-driven fighters and was one of the greatest ever flown. But the P-51 remained in service after World War II, overlapping into the developmental age of early jets. It was still in service in large numbers during the Korean conflict and was a mainstay in ground attack and support missions. North American built over 16,000 P-51s. This massive success with their first fighter project served the company well. It established them as a producer of the first-class fighters, filled the company coffers, and set them up to make their next series of design studies. North American was ready to step into the jet age. It did so with two new planes, the FJ-1 for the Navy and the F-86 for the Air Force. By far, the more successful of the two was the Air Force F-86, thus Sabre. By this time, the company was so confident that the F-86 was delayed for over a year, as the company designers sorted out the problems of giving the plane swept wings and a tail. North American stability and prosperity allowed for that kind of risk-taking, and the resulting aircraft richly repaid the company's investment and patience. Sabres went into mass production in 1949, arriving just in time for their baptism by fire in Korea. The F-86 first went into service in Korea in December 1950. By that time, the Air Force had to run into stiff opposition from MiG-15s, which were also clearly outperforming their American jets. In mortal struggles over the Korean landscape, the newly arrived Sabre established combat superiority over the Russian plane. Better training and tactics, along with technology, for what really carried the day. Meanwhile, the Sabre's designers were tackling a new challenge, the sound barrier. Work commenced in 1949 and progressed rapidly through 1950. Early experiments in extending the capability of the Sabre merely revealed the limitations of its design. The engineers quickly returned to a blank sheet of paper, and in the end, developed a totally new and much larger aircraft. In January 1951, the Air Force gave the nod to this new design. Soon after, the F-100 supersonic dayfighter was launched into production. No experimental or X aircraft were ever built. In fact, The first F-100s would be a production prototype or Y-plane with typical North American confidence. This went from the drawing board to the construction bay 3 months prior to the Air Force approval. Aviation technology was leaping ahead at the time, and the F-100 was quickly outdated. But the jet was too useful for early retirement and complemented new designs throughout the coming year. The Sentry fighters were the core of the U.S. air power for many years. They represented an enormous commitment to advanced technology and immense capital investment. Their development was a construction and reflected the revolutionary advances in aviation theory and practice. They became the testing ground for innovations in many fields: aerodynamics, materials, methods of machining and construction, engines, avionics, navigation, and fuels. All the changes weren't limited to technology. There was also a revolution in tactics and arms. Chief among these were developments in missiles and nuclear weapons. In time, the F-100 found its niche as a fighter bomber. At the outset, it was designed as an air superiority fighter, but soon gained multi-role capability. The wing was redesigned to carry up to 6,000 pounds of stores on 6 pylons. This enabled the Super Sabre to carry a many variety of weapons and ensured that the plane could pack a heavy punch. The Korean stalemate cemented American determination to be fully prepared for future conflicts, and the whole approach to weaponry was reapproached. Machine guns soon gave way to more powerful weapons. Some theorists predicted that the unguided bomb would soon be replaced by missiles. The idea spread, and a number of F-100Ds were altered to accommodate the bullpup tactical air-to-surface missile. This weapon of the future was guided by the pilot with a cockpit toggle. Like early versions of many things, it wasn't terribly effective. Experience would show that the unguided bomb held a considerable cost advantage over complex missiles. The new weapons also proved to be too expensive for widespread use. Still, their relative accuracy was considered essential in some combat situations. Early F-100 days had some major faults. In part, these were due to design changes ordered after the initial contract had been signed during 1952. These changes included a critical shortening of the tail. This left plane with the very bad roll coupling problems, and after 6 major accidents, the F-100s were grounded. 2 pilots died when, through no fault of their own, their plane spun out of control and then broke up. In response to this tragedy, the tail was enlarged to its original shape and the wings extended. These changes were retrofitted to existing planes and incorporated into the new ones when production resumed. Apart from this very major flaw, the test series at Edwards Air Force Base went fairly smoothly. The only other concern focused on the plane's landing characteristics. This was eventually addressed through the pilot training rather than modifications to the plane. Experiments in zero-length launch were also conducted at Edwards. The F-100 had a range of well under 600 miles. It was later given in-flight refueling capability, either from a tanker or the buddy system from tanks on another plane. As a result, it became capable of extended patrols and long-range strikes. 203 F-108s were built, the first 70 being delivered before the roll coupling problems were corrected. Fixing this delayed the program, and it wasn't until the spring of 1955 that production resumed. By that time, the upgraded F-100C was undergoing tests. The B designation had already been committed to a version intended to fly faster than twice the speed of sound. Design problems weren't limited to the potentially fatal control losses experienced at high speeds. At low speeds, the plane could also be very unforgiving. Here, a pilot realized that he has undershot his landing point and frantically attempts to put his plane back up. In opening his throttle too fast, he included a compressor stall and then, in a series of overcorrections, fatally compounded his problem. This incident was not unique, and the term saber dance gained a new and darker meaning. The F-100 design was not necessarily flawed. The problem stemmed from the plane's purpose, which was to go fast, and many of the characteristics essential in going fast inhibit low speed control. The F-100 stalled at around 150 knots. It was sluggish and unresponsive anywhere near that lower speed. The pilot's forward view was seriously obstructed. The throttle of a slowed-down Sabre jet was touching, and landings were never simple. In the end, the F-100's low-speed control problems were never fully corrected. It was just another deadly possibility that the pilots had to learn to live with. Training, experience, and the instinct for self-preservation kept the accident rate down. And most buyers found it safer to strain the undercarriage in high-speed landings than to meddle with the F-100 at low speeds. The Super Sabre embodied the demands of supersonic flight, from the sharp lips of its air intake to the sweep of its wings. Even stationary F-100s gave an impression of speed. There were many innovative touches about them. Fully pivoting slab horizontal tail surfaces were positioned as low as possible on the flattened belly of the fuselage. There were no outboard flaps. Instead, a system of leading-edge slats were employed. Throughout its career, the F-100 had the type of problems to be expected of such an advanced design. In some ways, it was an adventurous experiment. North Americans selflessly circulated information about these problems throughout the American aerospace industry. Though it was information obtained through costly research and analysis, the companies passed it on nevertheless. Because of this, the industry as a whole advanced, and mistakes were seldom repeated. North American and most Super Sabre pilots were well pleased with the plane. This included the framed Thunderbird's aerobatic team. This loyalty went very deep. Once, they were issued replacement F-105s, and finding these not up to par, promptly returning them to their Super Sabres. The Thunderbirds flew the F-100s from 1956 until 1969. They started with the first 6 examples of the C model and stayed with the F-100 from then on. Needless to say, they came to know every virtue and every vice that the aircraft had.
Okay, Thunderbirds, let's do a loop. Play the deck. Nose coming up. Okay, and with the pull. Right on in. Stopping the loop now, ease it off. Let it float a little. All right, back in with the pull. Now let's ease it off and play the deck. Smoke off now.
The Thunderbirds also wrote another sad chapter of the F-100 story. After a crash during one of their air shows, investigators turned up fatigue problems in the wings of the plane. It is suspected that some of the Super Sabres that went down in Vietnam may have lost due to the same flaw. This diagnosis led to immediate remedial action, saving other pilots from a similar fate. The Thunderbirds' performances with the Super Sabre are proof that even if practice cannot make perfect, it can come very, very close. These thrilling planes were not specifically built supermodels. They were stock aircraft, maintained and flown for a specific purpose. The Thunderbirds exaggerate and embellish normal maneuvers in a choreographed sequence that appears to push the aircraft into unusual or extreme conditions. But each pilot is a pro, and the test is to match his ability with that of the plane. Because of the high accident rate, a two-seat version, the F-100F, was developed to familiarize pilots with the plane. This effectively transferred the bulk of the accident rate onto the trainers. The F model suffered heavily. Over one-fourth of them were lost in non-combat mishaps. Each airplane imposes its own demands upon a pilot, and the F-100 was the first of a new breed. Because of this, all personnel transferred to it were given an extra intensive training. With the revolutionary advance to supersonic flight, pilots needed to start training all over again, because jets not only greatly increase speeds, but they drastically reduce the pilot's room for error. In combat against Japanese Zeros and North Korean and Chinese MiG-15s, the American military learned that advanced pilot training and tactical discipline can overcome technical disadvantages. The Zeros and MiGs were superior aircraft to many of those pitted against them, but they were frequently outperformed because of their pilots' limited skills. But when an advanced pilot is put into a superior plane, the road to survival and victory is a more certain one. This is what the United States did with the Sentry fighters and their crews. Korea had taught many lessons about aerial warfare. It was learned that strategic campaigns aimed at destroying an opponent's means of production were sometimes of dubious value, especially if your opponent didn't have the means of making war, but rather relied on an outside supplier. It became confident that there was a vast gulf between world war and limited war. In a limited struggle, aerial warfare became a matter of maintaining air superiority, interdicting the enemy supplies, and supporting ground troops through battlefront strikes. The F-100 became more and more a tactical fighter bomber. There were faster interceptors and more expensive Mach 2 long-range strike aircraft, but the Super Sabre became the primary battlefield support weapon. Only 203 of the Interceptor A models were ever built. The following C model was a fighter bomber, and 476 of these appeared. The fully dedicated attack version, the F-100D, was built in far greater numbers. 1,274 were produced. The C and D models were out-and-out attack aircraft. The combination of high-speed landing and considerable bulk made the F-100 difficult to stop on landing. If the landing chute blew out, the pilot was set for a very long roll. Most of the planes of the era suffered the same problem and relied on long concrete runways. It was just another thing that the fighter pilots at the time had to accept as a part of the job. The company had given the Super Sabre its name, but for many it was just too much of a mouthful. The planes came to be known by their crew as Huns, a contraction of F-100. Including 2 trainers and the 2 prototypes, 2,294 were built. The last of these was delivered in October 1959. From 1957, they equipped 16 U.S. Air Force fighter wings and were a vital weapon in the American arsenal.
When it jumps from its short runway, the plane will accelerate from 0 to 200.
The F-100B project was meant to take advantage of the Huns' reconfiguration into a tactical strike aircraft. The limited speed of the F-100 design around Mach 1.25 prompted a redevelopment effort to make a plane that could approach Mach 2. Features were added to gear the aircraft for tactical fighter-bomber missions. These features soon came to dominate the design and included a recess in the hull providing semi-submerged nuclear weapon storage. This innovation was actually rediscovered 30 years later and given the name conformal storage. To safely eject the bombs from this recess, the air intake for the engine was shifted to the top of the fuselage, as it had with the Hun. Tactical consideration came to totally dominate the F-100B. Air Force approval to proceed with the design was given on June 11, 1954. This was followed a month later by the issue of a new designation for the aircraft. The F-100B became the F-107. By that time, the changes had become so radical to the F-107A, really little had left in common with the Hun. The fuselage, in addition to its shark fin intake, was 50% longer than the 100. Like the Super Sabre, the F-107 featured many innovations, including an all-movable vertical tail surface and variable air intake ducts. The plane had also a multitude of built-in equipment, including chaff dispensers, radar beacons, maneuverable autopilot, and computerized stability augmentation. With this avionics package, the F-107A was really a leap into the future of the electronic development. The first F-107A took flight on September 10, 1956, at Edwards Air Force Base. The test series went ahead. Though there were some minor problems evident, North American was increasingly confident that it would all be a hot seller. The 107 was in competition with the Republic F-105, which appeared to be encountering developmental problems and wasn't ready to fly. The fly-offs were postponed. North American referred to the F-107 as the Super Sabre. The biggest worry was that once the 107 won the contract, construction would go to Republic, whose factory had no work of its own. Despite North Americans' confidence, the decision when announced came down on the side of Republic's F-105. Now, it was obvious that the F-107 would never be built in its numbers. An initial 33 examples had been contracted, but the only 3 test aircraft were fully built. It's said that the 105 won because its internal bomb bay. Although this feature was never really used, the F-107 was left with the bitter consolation of being one of the best planes not to win an Air Force contract. But the F-107's failure didn't negate the F-100's success, and the Super Sabre soon took its place in the front line of the U.S. Air Force. The late 50s and early 60s was a time of peace, and North America took the chance to refine the plane. The F-100B model, which introduced integrated refueling gear, carried an astounding array of non-nuclear stores. Over 75 weapons, bomb racks, ECM pods, and launchers for rockets, mines, flares, and sundry other attachments were compatible with the plane. The D had a number of significant adjustments, including the landing flaps, greater wing area, and a taller tail. Over the years, the C and D models appeared in a number of many variations. With some different cockpit layouts, 148D models were even equipped with zero-length launch. In 1962, an extensive program was begun to standardize the existing Huns. The program took until 1965 to complete, with an average of 60 days spent to modify each plane. But after the refit, Tactical Air Command finally had what it wanted: a fleet of advanced combat-ready F-100s. The F-100 went to war on the 9th of June 1964. Sent to strike a target in the tiny nation of Laos, 8 pilots flying F-100s attacked the path to Laos' stronghold in a reprisal raid. This was in retaliation for the shooting down of a Navy reconnaissance plane. It would only be the first of hundreds of missions flown over Southeast Asia, where, time and time again, the plane would prove its worth in battle. From the first raid onward, the Huns' involvement gradually escalated. In March 1965, Operation Rolling Thunder began. The United States had become fully entangled in the conflict, and, as the leading tactical fighter on the spot, so did the F-100. Vietnam lacked landing fields or jet-powered aircraft, and the U.S. rapidly began building new installations. These included new bases at Vienois, Than Rang, Phu Quoc, and Tua. All would see immense Super Sabre activity in the years to come. At many locations in Vietnam, pairs of 10,000-foot runways were built together with accommodation, administration, and maintenance facilities. In terms of modern airfields, South Vietnam became one of the most richly endowed nations on Earth. At the peak of their deployment, 490 F-100s were operating from South Vietnamese bases. Other units were stationed in Thailand. Aircrafts and units were rotated so that the most of the Air Force's Sabres saw action at one time or another. Even the two-seat traders arrived on the scene, to be re-equipped as the first Wild Weasel aircraft. They would soon be wreaking devastation on enemy anti-aircraft installations. In 1966, the base at Phan Run was one of the first to receive an all F-100 fighter wing. It remained a center of Super Sabre activity throughout the war. At one time, 140 operated from the field. By the middle of 1967, 4 fighter wings, the 3rd, 31st, 35th, and 37th, were operating the Hun in Vietnam. Although histories of the Vietnam Air War might make only passing reference to the F-100s, it's not because they weren't there in numbers, perhaps not as glamorous as other planes. Their contribution to the war effort was irreplaceable. In long-range strikes against North Vietnam, the Super Saber's weakness became evident when compared to the newer F-105 and F-4. In such company, the F-100 was definitely outclassed. However, the F-100 served admirably as the aerial artillery so desperately needed by U.S. ground troops. At times, this was the most important task performed by the Air Force, especially to the grunts toughing it out below. To the F-100s operating with forward air controllers or FACs would drop their loads with devastating effect. Their missions can be described simply: briefing, takeoff, refueling, flying to a set of coordinates, rendezvousing with the FAC, locating and attacking targets, finally heading back to the base for more ordnance. A clinical description for what was a devastating endeavor. Pattern of the missions was repetitive, and those missions were flown in vast numbers. As early as 1969, the 4 wings stationed in South Vietnam had flown more combat missions than the combined total of the thousands of T-51 Mustangs engaged in World War II. The intensity never let up, and airfields in South Vietnam became the busiest in the world. In January 1967, figures for the base at Viennos showed 65,000 takeoffs and landings. This translates to 1 every 42 seconds for 31 days. Many of those were F-100s. In light of this, the word busy takes on a new and fuller meaning. As soon as the plane arrived back at base, a de-arming crew cleared the guns and reset the safety pins. Only then could the flurry of maintenance, fueling, and rearming begin. With the crew chiefs checking and rechecking the plane during the process, they were quickly readied for the next action. In practice, the Huns would fly 2 missions a day. Operational readiness figures achieved by the F-100s in Vietnam sometimes registered above 95%. Which was a credit to the planes and their crews. The 31st Tactical Fighter Wing operated 5 squadrons of F-100s. This meant that its base, Tiwa, had the highest concentration of Huns in South Vietnam. In addition to its 3 regular squadrons, 2 Air National Guard squadrons were attached to it. The National Guard forces deployed to Vietnam proved to be among the most effective units in the theater, partly due to the age and experience of the pilots, and, in part, of the stability of their personnel. These squadrons shot down the old flying club image of the Air National Guard. Instead, they proved to be a strong and valuable reserve. After their performance under fire, the F-100s phased out of Guard service were replaced with brand new aircraft. In earlier days, they would have been issued hand-me-downs from the regular Air Force. In fact, General George Brown stated that the best 5 F-100 squadrons in Vietnam were National Air Guard units. These 5 included the 2 Guard units attached to the 31st Wing, Atwila, the 136th from New York, and the 188th from New Mexico. Tiwa was another of the new bases begun in May of 1966. By November of that same year, F-100s were operating from the airstrip there. Its temporary aluminum matting runway was still in use long after a concrete runway was laid beside it in 1967. The installation was finally abandoned in mid-1970. With its seemingly endless rounds of raids and replenishment, The activity of TWA wasn't much different from the other F-100 bases of the war. The 31st brought with it about 110 aircraft. 44 National Guard planes were later added, making a total of over 150 Huns. Day and night, the routines at the base went on, with the men working a minimum of 6 days a week to keep up with the deadly rotation of strikes. By the time a plane was ready for its mission, it would be loaded with fuel, ammunitions, and stores to the point where a pilot needed every inch of the airstrip just to take off. Tuiwa's runway faced out to sea, and, with mountains at the other end of the strip, most landings and takeoff went over the beach. The view may have been nice, but variable sea breezes averaging around 25 knots and blowing across the runways tended to complicate matters. F-100 missions fell into two basic categories: planned strikes preceded by extensive briefings, and combat emergencies, responses to urgent calls for help from forward air controllers or army units. F-100s also joined in pilot rescue operations, sometimes providing a wall of suppressive fire encircling enemy troops. The aircraft was fast, and its bases were spread over all of South Vietnam. Planes would often be in the air and over a target within minutes. Sometimes, the men on the ground would call down strikes on only 50 yards from their own positions. This is a tribute to the planes and their pilots, because the grunts on the ground would have to be far more wary for any calling of help, if the Super Sabres hadn't established a solid reputation for getting there fast and hitting only what they shot at. The need for an extreme accuracy in supporting ground troops was an additional and not inconsiderable burden on already tense pilots. Vietnam was a major testing ground for U.S. military hardware, and some of it turned out to be terribly inadequate. The Bullpup missile was a case in point. Against entrenched targets, the toggle-controlled Bullpup wasn't much more than a nuisance, even if their aim was true. And they were less than a total success against reinforced bridges, which were just the kind of target most likely to justify their expensive use. They may have represented the cutting edge of technology one time, but in battle, they proved to a lack of cutting edge of their own. Some of the smart weaponry that showed up later was far more effective and represented a revolution in weaponry that few could have envisioned. Most of the work of the Huns was done with basic ordnance like tumbling, unfinned napalm canisters. And 500 and 750-pound iron bombs of World War II design. In addition, there were 4 cannons, each with 200 rounds, which gave the Super Sabre its lethal strafing power. By 1970, replacement of the F-100s with F-4s and F-111s was proceeding rapidly. Many of the airframes had passed 5,000 hours, and the F-100's age was telling. It had been an old design when it entered in combat, outclassed by opposing MiGs. It was simply no longer in the race as an air superiority weapon. However, it made quite a name for itself in its support of the Army and was also the first Wild Weasel aircraft. As the war drew to a close, the F-100s left Vietnam, unit by unit. The last of the 35th Tactical Wing at Thang Rang disappeared in July 1971. Huns flew 360,283 sorties in Vietnam, more operational sorties than any other type in that war, 243 of the planes were lost, 198 of those in combat. The majority of the F-100s used in foreign air forces were second-hand. In 1958, the French were the first foreign country to receive new Super Sabres. They operated 100 of them, with 15 of the F models and 85s. These remained in French service until 1980. Denmark also had 3 squadrons of Huns and operated them until 1982, and Taiwan received and operated second-hand A models which were later upgraded. By far, the largest customer for second-hand Super Sabres was Turkey. Out of the over 300 eventually purchased, the Turks reportedly still have some F-100s in storage, but generally, the Super Sabre wasn't a great foreign sales success for North American. And, with the failure of the F-107, they were left without any fighter contracts whatsoever. But North American didn't give up on the fighter building business. On the contrary, they were already working on the Mach 3 F-108 Rapier, which, like the XP-70 Valkyrie, was to be another step into the future. In June 1957, the company was given a contract to develop a proposal that had been initiated in 1955. The plane envisaged would be an interceptor capable of operating at Mach 3 at 70,000 feet. It would have been able to fly 1,000 miles from its base, launching a missile and be back home and on the ground in half an hour. The aim was to destroy incoming missiles or bombers far out at sea. Unfortunately, the plane would have carried an enormous price tag, and after viewing the mock-up in January 1959, the Air Force backed off. On September 23, 1959, North American advised of the Rapier program's cancellation after only 3 generations, all of which had been illustrious ones. The company's days of fighter construction were at an end. After Vietnam, Huns remained in service solely with the National Guard, and by 1972 had completely phased out of the Air Force use. But almost no low-time planes were left. Having become a relic, they were gradually phased out. They had been with the Guard for over 21 years, and several pilots had logged over 5,000 flying hours in them. The last operational National Guard flight was on the 10th of November 1979. The only flights after that were ferrying operations. The F-100 is now a thing of the past. It was the product of an experimental age and bridged 2 separate eras between 1949 and 1979. A lot had happened in aviation. The plane had gone from the world record holder to a non-contender even before its production cycle was over. And although it had no fancy avionics, pilots grew to love it both for the plane it was and for the hard lessons it taught them. Among old Hun jockeys, there is little dissent about what it's worth. At one time, the subject of considerable doubt, the Super Sabre ended its career with a proud reputation, and with the distinction of its performance in Vietnam. That reputation is sure to live on for a very long time. If you enjoyed this video, please remember to like and subscribe. And as always, thank you for watching. The McDonnell F-101 Voodoo was a supersonic jet fighter which served in the United States Air Force and the Royal Canadian Air Force. The origins of the F-101 actually had little to do with the jobs for which it was used over its long career with the U.S. Air Force, Air National Guard, and Canadian Armed Forces. Neither tactical reconnaissance nor all-weather interception had been a factor in early 1946 when the newly formed Strategic Air Command solicited proposals for a jet-propelled strategic penetration fighter. SAC's chief criteria at the time had been sufficient range to accompany its bombers, Boeing B-29s and the soon-to-fly Convair B-36s all the way to their targets, and adequate speed and firepower to deal with enemy interceptors. 4 swept-wing designs were ultimately approved for prototype development: the McDonnell XF-88 Voodoo, Lockheed XF-90, Republic XF-91 Thunderceptor, and North American YF-93A, a development of the F-86, all of which flew between 1948 and 1950. After being awarded a contract on February 14, 1947, McDonnell built 2 prototypes, designated the XF-88 Voodoo. The first prototype, serial number 46-6525, powered by 2 Westinghouse XJ34-WE-13 turbojets, flew from Morocco on 20th of October 1948. Preliminary testing revealed that while handling and range were adequate, the top speed was a disappointing 641 miles an hour at sea level. After fitting McDonnell Design's afterburners to the second prototype, thrust was increased to 3,600 pounds with corresponding performance increases in top speed, initial rate of climb, and reduced takeoff distance. Fuel consumption was greatly increased by the use of afterburners, however, reducing the range. When a fly-off was held in the summer of 1950, McDonnell's XF-88A, an improvement over its 1948 prototype, emerged as the winner of the penetration fighter competition against the Lockheed XF-90 and North American YF-93. McDonnell's success was momentary. However, the Air Force, motivated by unexpected budget cuts, abruptly canceled the XF-88A program and made the decision to use the Republic F-84E Thunderjets as interim bomber escorts. Combat experience in Korea soon revealed that the straight-wing F-84s were not suited for air-to-air role, and the North American F-86 Saberjet clearly lacked the range to escort bombers to long-range targets. Something better was needed, so SAC, determined to protect its emerging fleet of B-36s, issued new requirements for a long-range fighter in January 1951. This time, adding specifications for parallel development of photo reconnaissance versions of the new type. Lockheed, North American, Republic, and McDonnell all submitted new proposals, joined by a bid from Northrop for a long-range version of its F-89 Scorpion. In May 1951, the Air Force announced that McDonnell's entry, basically a scaled-up XF-88A upgraded with more powerful Allison J-35A-23 engines, was the winning bidder. But before construction was authorized, the Air Force specified major changes aimed at improving overall range and performance, the most significant being the substitution of Pratt & Whitney J57P-13 power plants, which required enlarging and lengthening the fuselage to carry more fuel and house bigger engines, plus extensively revising the air intakes and related engine ducting. The greater dimensions of the J57 engines required modifications to the engine bays, and modification to their intakes to allow larger amounts of airflow into the engine. The new intakes were also designed to be more efficient at higher Mach numbers. In order to increase aerodynamic efficiency, reduce structural weight, and alleviate pitch-up phenomena recently identified in flight testing of the Douglas D-55-82 Skyrocket, in aircraft with control surface configuration similar to the XF-88, the horizontal tail was relocated to the top of the vertical stabilizer, giving the F-101 its signature T-tail. When the McDonnell team, led by Edward M. Flesch, completed the final design in late 1951, The Voodoo had grown 13 feet longer and weighed twice as much as its ex-F-88 predecessor. The F-88 was redesignated the F-101 Voodoo in November of 1951. The F-101A would be, at the time, the largest single-seat fighter ever built, 67 feet 5 inches long and weighing over 48,000 pounds fully loaded. Although the wing had been slightly enlarged by increasing the chord of the inboard half of each panel, total area was still relatively small, 368 square feet, producing prodigious loading of 135.9 pounds per square foot, the highest of the Century series in original configuration. Internal fuel capacity increased from 734 to 2,341 gallons, augmented by two 450-gallon external drop tanks. Provisions were also made for an in-flight refueling, either via flying boom or probe and drogue systems to extend the plane's combat radius even farther. An APS-54 search radar provided all-weather capability, and heavy firepower came from four 20mm cannons, three Hughes GAR-1 Falcon radar homing missiles, and up to 12 unguided rockets. Before the final design was fixed, the Air Force expanded the fighter's potential mission uses by adding the capability to carry a nuclear weapon on an external rack. In late 1952, the mission of the F-101 was changed from penetration fighter to strategic fighter, which entailed equal emphasis on both the bomber escort mission and on nuclear weapons delivery. The new Voodoo mock-up with the reconfigured inlets, tail surfaces, landing gear, and dummy nuclear weapon was inspected by Air Force officials in March 1953. The design was approved. An initial order for 29 F-101As was placed on May 28, 1953. No prototypes had been required, as the F-101 was considered a simple development of the ex-F-88, with the Cook-Craig production policy, in which initial low-rate production would be used for testing without the use of separate prototypes, chosen instead. Not surprisingly, a decision was made to limit production to the initial procurement until military acceptance testing and evaluation was well underway. The first F-101A was completed in August 1954 and shipped to Edwards Air Force Base, where its maiden flight was on September 24th with McDonnell test pilot Robert C. Little at the controls. Early testing indicated impressive performance, a top speed of Mach 1.54, an initial climb rate of 44,100 feet per minute, a service ceiling of 49,450 feet, and a maximum range of 2,186 miles. It also revealed aerodynamic flaws that were serious enough, in May 1956, for the Air Force to halt production pending resolution of its concerns. The most serious problem was a treacherous pitch-up tendency encountered both in high and low airspeed ranges at certain G levels with angles of attack, frequently followed by engine compressor stalls that led to loss of power or total flameout. If the pitch-up, an uncontrollable flat spin condition oscillating between 20 and 70 degrees nose-up, occurred below 15,000 feet, Voodoo pilots were under standing orders to eject. The pitch-up problem was substantially remedied by installing a pitch inhibitor, would not allow the stick to be pulled past specific points at specific speeds, and the intakes and engine ducting were redesigned to diminish the possibility of compressor stalling. After what amounted to approximately 2,000 engineering changes, the hold order on F-101A production was finally lifted in November 1956, and the type was accepted for operational service in early May of 1957. Development and testing of the photo reconnaissance version, the RF-101A, followed the fighter version by about 18 months, but due to the setbacks in the fighter program, the photo recon versions entered the operational service at virtually the same time. The aircraft was fitted with an MA-7 fire control radar for both air-to-air and air-to-ground use, augmented by a low-altitude bombing system for delivering nuclear weapons, and was designed to carry a Mark 28 nuclear bomb. The original intended payload for the F-101A was the McDonnell Model 96 Store, a large fuel/weapons pod similar in concept to that of the Convair B-58 Hustler, but was cancelled in March 1956 before the F-101 entered service. Other operational nuclear payloads included the Mark 7, Mark 43, and Mark 57 weapons. While theoretically capable of carrying conventional bombs, rockets, or Falcon air-to-air missiles, the Voodoo never used such weapons operationally. The RF-101A made its first flight in June 1956 and differed from the fighter mainly in carrying 150 gallons of additional internal fuel and having a lengthened nose that housed 3 vertical and 2 oblique Fairchild cameras in place of the search radar and 20mm guns. The RFs shared the capability to deliver a single nuclear weapon carried on a centerline rack and were marginally faster than the Fs due to the reduced weight. F-101As became operational in May 1957, with the 27th Strategic Fighter Wing in their original bomber escort role, replacing their F-84F Thunderstreak. However, by this time, SAC had decided to abandon the long-range fighter concept. Even with its above-average range, the Voodoo could not escort the bombers. B-36s, and by that time B-47s and B-52s, all the way to their intended targets. The F-101A's career might have ended then and there, but for the intervention of Tactical Air Command, which saw potential in the big fighter as a tactical nuclear weapons delivery system platform. Thus, in mid-1957, the 27th Strategic Fighter Wing became the TAC-controlled 27th Fighter Bomber Wing, and all F-101As were thereafter retrofitted with the low-altitude bombing system and other apparatus needed to complete their new function as nuclear strike fighters. By late November 1957, the last of the 77 F-101As had been delivered to the Air Force, 50 of them assigned to operational units, with the remaining 27 held for experimental and test purposes. F-101As served in a frontline role until 1966, after which they were phased out and turned over to the Air National Guard units. The first of 35 production RF-101As was delivered to the 363rd Tactical Reconnaissance Wing, TRW, at Shull Air Force Base in May 1957. It was the first supersonic reconnaissance aircraft in the Air Force inventory, and on November 27, 1957, as a part of Operation Sunrun, 4 RF-101As set a new transcontinental speed record. They flew round-trip between McGuire Air Force Base in New Jersey and March Air Force Base in California in 6 hours, 46 minutes, and 36 seconds, with an average speed of 721 miles an hour. In the mid to late 1960s, RF-101As were used as reconnaissance trainers and were all phased out of the active Air Force inventory by 1971. A few serviceable examples following the conversion to RF-101G standards were transferred to Air National Guard units. Pilots who flew the Voodoo were impressed by its performance, dubbing it the One-a-Wonder, but they also considered it very unforgiving. Colonel C. Robert Oz Osborne Jr. said, "The F-101 was a lady, a fantastic airplane, but touchy, very touchy. It had to be flown properly." Air Force test pilot Richard Baird echoed that sentiment. "It's the biggest by-the-book fighter I've ever flown. The Voodoo would bite you. You really had to fly it strictly by the book." And reconnaissance pilot Colonel Jonathan Gardner noted that, "The first ride, you didn't fly it. You hung on to it." The improved F-101C and RF-101C were both ordered in March 1956. The Cs were externally identical to the A models, but had strengthened airframes to accept a higher load limit, and, in the case of the fighter version, were equipped from the start as tactical fighter bombers. All of the 47 F-101Cs built were delivered to the Air Force in 1957 to 1958, serving with the 81st Tactical Fighter Wing as nuclear strike aircraft until they were phased out in 1965 to 1966. The F-101C was the fastest tactical fighter in operational service until the advent of the Lockheed F-104, and on December 12, 1957, a stripped-down example set a new world record of 1,204 miles an hour, or Mach 1.83. The RF-101C, built in greater numbers than its fighter counterpart, entered operational service in September 1957, and the last of 166 was delivered in March 1959. RF-101Cs saw wide service with the U.S.-based 363rd Tactical Reconnaissance Wing, the Europe-based 66 TRW, and the Far East-based 67th TRW. During the Cuban Missile Crisis in October 1962, RF-101As and Cs of the 363rd TRW flew low-level reconnaissance missions over Cuba. The RF-101C was the only Voodoo variant to see combat in Vietnam. In fact, As early as 1961, F-101Cs of the 67th TRW, operating out of Kadena Air Force Base in Okinawa, began making surveillance flights over Laos and South Vietnam. During the same time period, 45th TRS Voodoos moved to Tan Son Nhut Air Force Base in Vietnam to cover operations in the south, and served as pathfinders for the first bombing mission against the North on February 8, 1965. Between 1965 and 1970, 33 F-101Cs were lost to enemy anti-aircraft and missiles, and one to a North Vietnamese MiG-21. Starting in late 1967, as more RF-4Cs arrived to the takeover reconnaissance duties, Voodoos were restricted from operations over North Vietnam. They were all ultimately withdrawn from the combat zone by late 1970. Upon their return to the States, F-101Cs were retired from active U.S. Air Force service, and many were turned over to the Air National Guard's units. In 1965, 29 F-101As and 31 F-101Cs were modified under the new designations RF-101G and RF-101H, respectively, to serve as unarmed reconnaissance aircraft with the Air National Guard units. The modification entailed removal of radar and armament and the installation of a nose cone housing cameras and new electronic components. RF-101Gs and Hs were operated by 3 Air National Guard units, the 154th TRS in Arkansas, the 165th TRS in Kentucky, and the 192nd TRS in Nevada. In early 1968, the seizure of the U.S. naval surveillance vessel Pueblo by the North Koreans led to President Lyndon B. Johnson to activate all 3 Air National Guard Voodoo units. Each served a rotational tour at Itazuki Air Force Base, Japan, and compiled impressive records, flying 19,715 tactical hours and 11,561 sorties, and exposing 831,601 feet of aerial film. The last single-seat reconnaissance Voodoos were removed from the National Guard service in 1976. The most numerically important and longest-lived Voodoo was the 2-seat all-weather fighter interceptor version, the F-101B. By the end of 1953, the Air Force's ambitious 2-step interceptor program with Convair, the Mach 1 F-102A, scheduled to be followed by the Mach 2 F-102B, redesignated the F-106A in 1956, was seriously behind schedule. An aircraft was needed to plug the gap between this so-called ultimate interceptor and the subsonic Northrop F-89 Scorpions, Lockheed F-94 Starfires, and North American F-86D Sabres, serving with Air Defense Command. ADC's expression mission was strategic defense to interrupt and destroy Soviet bombers en route to the United States before they reached our shores. Late in 1953, the Air Force asked aircraft manufacturers to submit proposals for a new missile-armed all-weather interceptor under the classification Weapon Systems WS-217A. McDonnell offered a single- or 2-seat adaptation of the F-101 that would incorporate new fire control and missile systems and use more powerful Wright J67 engines, license-built copies of the British Bristol Olympus that were supposed to produce 22,000 pounds of static thrust each. The Air Force selected McDonnell's proposal in mid-1954, specifying the 2-seat version, and issued a letter of intent in March 1955 for an additional batch of 28 aircraft and potential production of 68 more. The expectation was that the first flight would take place in mid-1956, and the prototype would enter the operational service in early 1958. After the letter of intent was issued, McDonnell requested the designation F-109 for the airframe portion of the WS-217A project, but the Air Force, evidently conscious of the funding obstacles associated with the new aircraft as opposed to the improvements to the existing type, called it the F-101B. Although McDonnell had the F-101B mock-up ready for inspection by September 1955, the entire Voodoo program was put on indefinite hold while the aforementioned aerodynamic problems with the F-101A were being ironed out. Further delays and uncertainties with the J67 engines led to a decision to use Pratt & Whitney J57P55 power plants, which featured longer afterburners and a thrust rating of 16,900 pounds per engine. The F-101B shared the center and aft fuselage sections and tail group of the F-101A series, and, other than bulged wheel well doors to house larger tires, the same wing platform. But the F-101B introduced a completely new 4-foot longer forward fuselage section with a tandem cockpit layout for the pilot and radar operator. Also new was a Hughes MG tracking and fire control system, essentially an upgrade of the E6 system already utilized in the F-89D, and a rotary weapons bay that held 4 Hughes Falcon semi-active radar and infrared missiles. The first F-101B took off from Lambert Field in St. Louis on March 27, 1957, a year behind schedule, and the Air Force spent nearly 2 more years conducting extensive tests and evaluations before releasing the Voodoo interceptors to operational service. Flight performance met expectations, a top speed of Mach 1.66, a combat ceiling of 51,000 feet, and a normal range of 1,387 miles. But the F-101B had other problems that seriously hampered its operational effectiveness. The radar operator's position was poorly designed, and little could be done to improve it other than minor adjustments. Even more worrisome, the MG-13 fire control system did not adequately control the weapons on a platform as fast as the F-101. A proposal to replace the system with the more advanced MA-1 developed for the F-106 was rejected because of the cost involved. Deficiencies notwithstanding, the F-101Bs became operational with the 60th Fighter Interceptor Squadron at Otis Air Force Base in Massachusetts on January 5, 1959. On the plus side, the 2-seater Voodoos had been extensively tested by the time they had reached ADC, and they finally gave the Air Force an interceptor capable of advanced performance at affordable cost, $1.7 million per plane, compared to $4.7 million for an F-106A. By the end of 1960, no fewer than 17 ADC squadrons were equipped with F-101Bs. Production ended in March 1961, with a total of 480 aircraft delivered. Beginning in 1959, McDonnell undertook a modification in which approximately 1 out of every 4 F-101Bs would be fitted with dual controls while retaining full AVC mission capability. Used for conversion in operational training under the initial designation TF-101B, these aircraft were redesignated F-101Fs in 1961, after 79 examples had been modified. LEAP production F-101Bs boasted upgraded fire control systems and the ability to carry 2 nuclear-tipped, unguided Genie NB-1s or Air-2A missiles in place of the 2 Falcons. In a modernization program, Project Bold Journey, completed between 1963 and 1966, most F-101Bs were fitted with infrared sensors to facilitate tracking of hostile aircraft regardless of radar jamming, and also received a much improved pitch control mechanism that functioned through an automatic flight control system. F-101Bs/Fs began to be phased out of Air Force service in 1969, without having fired a shot in anger, and the last active duty squadrons operating the type, the 60th and 62nd FIS, retired their Voodoos in April 1971. Simultaneously, F-101Bs and Fs were delivered to the Air National Guard units, starting with the 116th FIS, Washington ANG, in November 1969, and ultimately went on to fully equip 8 fighter interceptor units in 7 different states. The Air Force retained a small number of F-101Bs after 1971 for fighter interceptor training, and the last of those was retired in September 1982.
The Convair F-102 Delta Dagger emerged during the Cold War, a period marked by rapid advancements in jet technology and aerodynamics after World War II. This era saw the development of increasingly powerful and streamlined aircraft, making it one of the most exciting times in military aviation. A key concern for Western Europe and the United States was the threat posed by Soviet long-range, nuclear-capable bombers, leading to the creation of interceptors. These aircraft were designed for high-speed engagements, using advanced fire control systems, FCS, to target enemies at a distance with missiles. Initially serving as a deterrent, the F-102 later adapted for limited ground attack roles during the Vietnam War. Despite being operated by only a few nations, the F-102 had a service life of just over 2 decades before its retirement. Though similar in appearance to the later F-106 Delta Dart, the F-102 was more of a transitional interceptor until the F-106 met the original design objectives. In August 1945, as the United States Army Air Force began winding down its World War II operations, there was growing interest in jet-powered aircraft. This led to a requirement for an interceptor with supersonic capabilities. Jet propulsion was still in its early stages during the war, but key technological barriers had been overcome, highlighted by the German Messerschmitt Me-262, the first operational jet fighter. The U.S. Air Force specifications called for a maximum speed of 700 miles per hour and a service ceiling of 50,000 feet to counter Soviet bombers. Convair looked to German engineer Alexander Lippish's work on the delta wing design for high-speed flight. Convair, formed in 1943 from the merger of Consolidated Aircraft and Vultee Aircraft, hence the name Convair, was later acquired by General Dynamics and eventually faded from aviation history. Convair embarked on developing their own delta wing design for the U.S. Air Force, designated as the XF-92A. This concept featured highly swept leading wing edges and straight trailing edges, eliminating the horizontal tailplanes typical in traditional aircraft. The experimental airframe first took flight on April 1, 1948. It was powered by a single Allison J-33A29 turbojet engine, producing 7,500 pounds of thrust, allowing for speeds of 718 miles per hour and a service ceiling of 50,750 feet. The fuselage, though streamlined, had a stocky appearance with a triangular vertical tail fin and matching triangular main wings located behind the framed cockpit. Air intake was provided through an open nose. Despite its innovative design, pilots disliked the aircraft due to its violent flight tendencies and underwhelming performance. Ultimately, the USAF concluded the research with the project's formal cancellation. In October 1948, the USAF issued new requirements for an interceptor centered around the cutting-edge MX-1179 Electronic Fire Control System, FCS, designed to manage advanced radar and missile systems. The aircraft needed to achieve Mach 2 speeds and be production-ready by 1954, aiming to equip the USAF with a formidable interceptor to counter Soviet bombers. The project progressed on 2 fronts. Hughes was tasked with developing the FCS, while Convair secured the contract to build the airframe. Drawing on experience from the XF-92 program, Convair introduced the XF-102 prototype, which shared a similar design. The XF-102 bore a strong resemblance to the earlier XF-92, but featured a significantly longer fuselage and larger delta wings. Like its predecessor, all wing surfaces were triangular with pointed tips and swept leading edges. A single engine was housed within the tubular fuselage, while the cockpit was positioned far forward. Though initially intended to use the Wright J67 engine, based on the British Bristol Siddeley Olympus, delays led to the temporary choice of the Westinghouse J40 engine. When the J40 project failed, the Pratt & Whitney J57 engine was selected instead. The development of the advanced MX-1179 Fire Control System, FCS, was also behind schedule, necessitating the installation of the simpler MG3 FCS in the meantime. As such, the XF-102 served as a stepping stone, ironing out technical challenges while the key components continued development. The XF-102 was expected to evolve into the F-102A production interceptor, while the later F-102B model would incorporate the planned FCS and engine. This approach allowed the USAF to field a capable interceptor while waiting for the program's full objectives to be realized, ultimately leading to a more streamlined final product. Like other USAF programs, the XF-102 prototype advanced to the evolution stage as the YF-102. Its first flight took place on October 24, 1953, though the prototype was lost less than 2 weeks later. A second prototype was ready by January of the following year, but showed disappointing performance, unable to break the sound barrier and achieving only subsonic flight. To address these issues, Convair engineers adopted the German wartime-inspired Whitcomb area rule, a design technique that reduced drag in fixed-wing airframes when approaching and exceeding Mach 1. The YF-102 was extensively redesigned, with the fuselage lengthened by 4 feet and pinched at its midpoint. Additionally, a more powerful Pratt & Whitney J57P23 turbojet engine producing 16,000 pounds of thrust was installed and fed by larger, improved air intakes. The wings were further refined, and in this modified state, the YF-102 evolved into the YF-102A. The YF-102A first flew on December 20, 1954, successfully achieving the required supersonic speeds and service ceiling, proving the redesign a success. With the aircraft refined to satisfactory standards, the USAF ordered it into serial production under the name F-102 Delta Dagger. The initial production version, designated F-102A, saw a total of 889 units manufactured by Convair. The F-102's arrival marked the world's first operational production delta-wing supersonic aircraft. Production continued until September 1958. Outwardly, the F-102 projected a sense of speed with its sharp, clean lines and focused design. The fuselage was long and slender, with the cockpit positioned behind a nose cone assembly. Air intakes positioned on either side of the cockpit fed a single engine located at the rear of the fuselage, which ended with an exhaust ring. The delta wing configuration, set on either side of the rounded fuselage, featured highly swept leading edges and straight trailing edges that met at outboard points. A large vertical tail fin resembling a third triangular surface with a clipped tip capped the fuselage spine. The cockpit, a 2-piece installation with framing, provided good forward, side, and upward visibility, although rearward vision was limited by the raised fuselage spine and side intake bulges. As an interceptor rather than a true fighter, extensive cockpit visibility was not a primary design concern. The undercarriage followed a conventional tricycle arrangement with fully retractable gear, 2 main landing gear legs under the wings, and a single nose wheel leg under the cockpit floor. The initial production models were equipped with the Hughes MG3 FCS, while later versions featured the more advanced Hughes MG10 FCS. The F-102 was powered by a single Pratt & Whitney J57P23 turbojet engine, producing 11,700 pounds of thrust. With the afterburner engaged, which involved injecting raw fuel into the engine for temporary speed boosts at the cost of reduced range, the thrust could increase to 17,200 pounds. This provided the aircraft with a top speed of 825 miles per hour and a service ceiling approaching 54,000 feet, exceeding the original USAF interceptor requirements, though not reaching the Mach 2 speeds initially envisioned. The F-102 had a range of up to 1,350 miles, and a rate of climb of around 17,400 feet per minute. As an interceptor, it was designed to quickly ascend to altitude, travel to the interception point at high speed, and deliver ordnance accurately at range. Interestingly, for its time, the F-102 featured weaponry housed in 3 internal bays located under the main fuselage. This decision choice reduced exterior airflow and helped maximize speed, while also somewhat lowering the aircraft's radar signature. As an interceptor, the F-102 was equipped with air-to-air missiles designed to target Soviet bombers. It could carry up to 6 missiles, including a mix of semi-active radar homing AIM-4A Falcon and infrared homing AIM-4C Falcon types to address different interception scenarios. Additionally, provisions were made for 24 folding fin aerial rockets, FFARs, in the 2 forwardmost weapon bays, useful for short-range engagements. Weapons management was handled through an additional control column in the cockpit, with the fire control system capable of automatically directing the aircraft to its target. Later in its service, the F-102 was adapted to carry the AIM-26A nuclear Falcon missile, enhancing its deterrent capability against the Soviets. Reflecting the shift in military aviation towards missile technology, the F-102 did not feature an onboard cannon. To extend its operational range, the aircraft commonly utilized drop tanks, one mounted under each wing. As the Delta Wing fighter was a new addition to the U.S. Air Force, Convair developed a 2-seat trainer variant of the F-102, designated the TF-102A. This trainer retained combat capabilities but had reduced performance due to a revised, bulged front fuselage necessary for side-by-side seating of a student and instructor. A total of 111 TF-102As were produced and extensively used for training all F-102 operators. The F-102 was finally delivered to the U.S. Air Force in April 1956, 2 years later than the planned operational date. New pilots were trained using the TF-102A trainer models. The F-102s served with the U.S. Air Force Air Defense Command until 1960, focusing on defending the continental United States from Soviet air threats. The aircraft were not used in combat until American involvement in the Vietnam War, where every available aircraft was pressed into service to support South Vietnam against communist forces. The F-102s arrived in Vietnam in 1962, initially used for their speed as interceptors and repainted in the Southeast Asia camouflage pattern. Later, they were used as fighter escorts for the Boeing B-52 Stratofortress bombers. As the conflict evolved, the F-102s and the TF-102 trainers were adapted for ground attack roles, carrying high-explosive rocket ordnance. The F-102 remained in the Vietnam theater until 1968, with only 1 loss to enemy air-to-air combat and a total of 15 F-102s lost during the war. As the F-102's peak years passed, many of the airframes were converted into piloted and pilotless target drones for weapons training. Initial conversions began in 1973, with a total of 217 aircraft modified under the designations QF-102A and later PQM-102A through B. The last F-102 drone was destroyed in 1986, providing valuable live-fire training for USAF pilots. There was also a lesser-known proposed strike variant of the F-102, designated the F-102C if produced. This variant was to be equipped with the J-57P-47 engine, an internal gun for close-range combat, and a pair of hardpoints under the wings for conventional drop ordnance. An internal refueling probe and larger internal fuel stores would have extended its operational range. 2 YF-102C prototypes were developed, but the variant was never implemented. The F-102 saw limited overseas deployment, with units delivered to U.S. allies in Turkey and Greece. Turkey received 50 F-102A aircraft and trainers starting in 1968, using former U.S. Air Force models until their service ended in 1979. Greece took delivery of 24 F-102A aircraft and trainers in 1969 and operated them until 1978. The U.S. Air Force officially retired the F-102 from interceptor service in 1976. It served with various commands, including Air Defense Command, Alaskan Air Command, the United States Air Forces in Europe, the Pacific Air Forces, and the Air National Guard. At its peak, the F-102 equipped over 70 interceptor squadrons, with 26 active under Air Defense Command. The rise of more versatile, multi-role aircraft and advanced ground-launched intercept missiles contributed to the decline of the interceptor as a key component of modern warfare. On December 15, 1959, Major Joe Rogers of the United States Air Force Flight Test Center set a world absolute speed record while piloting an F-106A with the serial number 56-0467. Flying along an 11-mile, 18-kilometer straight trajectory at an altitude of 40,000 feet, 12,192 meters, he achieved a speed of 1,525.95 miles per hour, 2,455.77 kilometers per hour, or Mach 2.39. This surpassed the previous record of 1,484.3 miles per hour, 2,388.95 kilometers per hour, set on October 7, 1959 by Colonel Georgy Moselov of the USSR in a modified Mikoyan YE-63 known as YE-66, a MiG-21 F-13 with an alternative engine, by 34.63 miles per hour or 55.73 kilometers per hour. The Convair F-106 Delta Dart, manufactured by the Convair Division of General Dynamics, served as a supersonic, all-weather delta-wing interceptor aircraft for the United States Air Force from the 1960s until 1988. Developed as a dedicated interceptor, the F-106 earned the title Ultimate Interceptor, designed specifically to intercept and neutralize enemy aircraft, particularly bombers, using the Hughes MA-1 electronic guidance and fire control system. The F-106 Delta Dart remains the last dedicated interceptor in the U.S. Air Force's inventory. Initially conceived as an advanced version of the F-102A Delta Dagger and designated F-102B, the aircraft underwent significant modifications that led to a redesignation as the F-106 in June 1956. Exclusively designed as an interceptor, the F-106 was powered by the Pratt & Whitney J75-17 engine. The single-seat F-106A made its first flight on December 26, 1956, and was delivered to the U.S. Air Force in May 1959. It began its operational service with the Air Defense Command's 539th Fighter Interceptor Squadron at McGuire Air Force Base in New Jersey. The F-106A achieved full operational capability in November 1959 with the 498th Fighter Interceptor Squadron at Geiger Air Force Base, Washington. The two-seat F-106B, which retained the F-106A's combat capabilities, first flew on April 9, 1958, and reached initial operational status by July 1960. Production of the F-106 ended in late 1960 with a total of 277 F-106As and 63 F-106Bs built, each costing approximately $5 million. The F-106 Delta Dart served as the primary alert interceptor for the Air Defense Command, tasked with defending against potential Soviet nuclear bomber incursions throughout the 1960s, 1970s, and into the 1980s, until it was replaced by the F-15 Eagle. The last active-duty F-106 was stationed with the 49th Fighter Interceptor Squadron at Griffiths Air Force Base, Rome, New York, and was moved to AMARC at Davis-Monthan Air Force Base in Arizona for storage in 1987. The final squadron to operate the F-106 was the 119th Fighter Interceptor Squadron of the 177th Fighter Interceptor Group in Atlantic City, New Jersey Air National Guard, which continued to fly the aircraft until June 1988. The development of the F-106, along with its predecessor, the F-102A, is closely linked to Langley and the development of area ruling in the early 1950s. Area rule is a design technique aimed at reducing drag at transonic speeds, evident in the Coke bottle or wasp waist fuselage shape of the F-106. This technique allowed the YF-102A to surpass the speed of sound, setting the stage for the more advanced F-106. Richard T. Whitcomb, the innovator behind area ruling, received the prestigious Collier Trophy from the National Aeronautic Association in 1955 for his groundbreaking work, which was recognized as the most significant achievement in aeronautics that year. The F-106 Delta Dart was powered by a single Pratt & Whitney J75 P17 turbojet engine, producing 16,100 pounds of thrust and 24,500 pounds with afterburner. The first F-106A, serial number 56-0451, was completed by the end of 1956. Its maiden flight, conducted by Convair test pilot Richard L. Johnson at Edwards Air Force Base on December 26, 1956, encountered several problems. The flight had to be cut short due to fluctuations in the air turbine motor frequency and malfunctioning speed brakes, preventing the aircraft from reaching supersonic speeds. The second aircraft, serial number 560452, took its first flight on February 26, 1957. Both aircraft were equipped with the YJ75P1 engine. The initial F-102B, F-106, YF-106A, with serial number 56-0451, was transported from Convair's facility in San Diego to AFFTC Edwards Air Force Base, California, on December 14, 1956, and began taxi tests on December 22, 1956. Its maiden flight on December 26, 1956, was limited to a 20-minute duration, reaching altitudes of 30,000 feet and speeds of 0.8 Mach without afterburner. This performance was comparable to that of an F-102 Delta Dagger taking off with afterburner. The F-106B, serial number 57-2507, built by Convair, completed its taxi test at AFFTC Edwards Air Force Base, California on April 8, 1958. Its inaugural flight took place on April 10, 1958, with Fitzpatrick at the controls. This flight was notable for lasting 50 minutes, nearly twice as long as the F-106A's initial flight, and it reached higher altitudes and faster supersonic speeds than typical for a maiden flight. This performance was likely due to the proven reliability of the F-106A, as the F-106B was very similar in design. On December 15, 1958, Major Joseph W. Rogers set a world speed record in a Delta Dart, reaching 1,525.96 miles per hour, or 2,455.79 kilometers per hour, at an altitude of 40,500 feet, or 12,300 meters. Later that year, Charles E. Myers piloted an identical model and achieved a speed of 1,544 miles per hour, or 2,484 kilometers per hour. The F-106A, with serial number 56-0459, was initially chosen for the record attempt and is often cited in historical accounts as the aircraft that set the record. However, this aircraft faced engine compressor stall issues, severe yaw oscillations, and problems with the variable engine air intake controls just hours before the record attempt, which led to its grounding. The standby aircraft, serial number 56-0467, had not undergone any specialized preparations except for modifications to the limit screws on both the engine and afterburner fuel controls to allow over-limit operation by the pilot. Major Rogers flew this backup aircraft, setting a new speed record. He reported reaching Mach 2.43 and was still accelerating at the end of the course. This record stood until November 22, 1961, when it was surpassed by a McDonnell F-4H-1F Phantom with Lieutenant Colonel R.B. Robertson, a fellow member of the United States Air Force Flight Test Center, achieving a new world speed record. Although the F-106 is still recognized for holding the world speed record for single-engine aircraft, there have been Soviet claims that they surpassed this record on July 7, 1962. According to these claims, Colonel Georgy Mozilov of the USSR flew a single-engine Mikoyan Gurevich YE-166, a variant of the YE-152, designated specifically for this attempt, and reached a speed of 1,665.98 miles per hour, or 2,680.92 kilometers per hour. However, this claim has never been verified. Early operations of the F-106 were plagued by technical issues, including generator defects, fuel flow problems, particularly in cold weather, and combustor starter malfunctions. In December 1959, all F-106s were temporarily grounded following an incident where the canopy was accidentally jettisoned mid-flight on one of the aircraft. The F-106 Delta Dart did indeed benefit from extensive modifications and retrofits by early 1961, which addressed many of the initial issues and improved its performance and reliability. The aircraft's unique design and capabilities made it a favorite among pilots despite the early challenges. The F-106 was deployed in various strategic locations, including the contiguous United States, Alaska, and Iceland, reflecting its role in defending against potential Soviet threats. Its brief deployments in Germany and South Korea also highlight its versatility and the broader scope of its operational reach. Indeed, the F-106 Delta Dart was the second highest numbered PF aircraft under the old numbering system, just behind the F-111. This high numbering reflected its advanced status and significant role in the interceptor category. The nickname The Six became more commonly used than Delta Dart, partly due to its ease of reference and the aircraft's association with the number 6 in its designation. The introduction of the F-106 led to the retirement of older interceptors like the F-86 Sabre and the F-89 Scorpion, making a transition to more advanced interceptors. The F-106 did not see combat in Vietnam, and no foreign sales were made, which kept it within U.S. forces. The aircraft's operational history remains notable for its role in air defense and its advanced design features for its time. Operation High Speed was a pivotal evaluation that showcased the strengths and weaknesses of the F-106A and the F-4B Phantom. The F-4 Phantom's capability to carry a substantial bomb load and a variety of missiles, along with its advanced avionics and multi-role versatility, gave it a clear edge over the F-106A, which was designed primarily as a dedicated interceptor. In the late 1960s, the F-4 Phantom began to serve as an escort and eventually took over from the F-105 Thunder Chief. Its broader operational capabilities made it an invaluable asset for both air-to-air and air-to-ground missions. Throughout its service, the F-106 Delta Dart underwent continuous upgrades to maintain its effectiveness as a premier interceptor. These included significant improvements in avionics to keep pace with evolving threats, as well as modifications to the wing to include a conical camber, which enhanced performance in handling its supersonic speeds. The integration of an infrared search and track system further improved its target acquisition and tracking capabilities in all weather conditions. Additionally, the introduction of streamlined supersonic wing tanks extended the aircraft's range without greatly affecting its performance. These enhancements ensured that the F-106 remained a formidable interceptor throughout its service, even as newer aircraft like the F-4 Phantom began to assume its role. The F-106 Delta Dart was equipped with advanced instrumentation, including an in-flight refueling receptacle for extended range and an arrestor hook for emergency landings. In air-to-air combat assessments, the F-106 demonstrated competitive capabilities against the F-4 Phantom II, particularly in dogfights. Its superior high-altitude turning performance and overall agility were attributed to its lower wing loading, allowing it to outmaneuver the Phantom in certain situations. The F-4 Phantom II had several advantages over the F-106 Delta Dart. It was equipped with advanced radar, operated by an additional crew member, and could carry up to 4 radar-guided AIM-7 Sparrow missiles and 4 infrared AIM-9 Sidewinder missiles. In contrast, the AIM-4 Vulcan missiles used by the F-106 were less effective in dogfighting scenarios, particularly during the Vietnam War. The Phantom also had a higher thrust-to-weight ratio, superior climbing capabilities, and better high-speed and low-altitude maneuverability. Additionally, it can be employed as a fighter-bomber, a versatile role that the F-106 could not match. The combat experiences in Vietnam highlighted the need for improved pilot visibility and the effectiveness of an integrated gun, features that were added to the E variant of the USAF Phantoms. To address some of these shortcomings, Project 6-Shooter in 1972 saw several F-106As upgraded with a new canopy that eliminated metal bracing, thereby significantly enhancing pilot visibility. In addition to these upgrades, the F-106 Delta Dart was fitted with an optical gun sight and provisions for an M61 Vulcan 20mm cannon. This cannon, housed in the central weapons bay and supplied with 650 rounds of ammunition, replaced the AIM-26 Super Falcon or Genie missile. The transition to the F-15 Eagle began in 1981, leading to the allocation of most F-106s to Air National Guard units. The F-106 continued to serve in various U.S. Air Force and Air National Guard units until 1988. Between June 1, 1983 and August 1, 1988, the Delta Darts were gradually retired and moved to the Military Storage and Disposition Center in Arizona. When there was a need for high-performance, full-scale aerial target drones, the USAF began withdrawing these aircraft from storage. Starting in 1986, 194 surplus F-106s were converted into target drones and designated QF-106As. Under the Pacer 6 program, the F-106 Delta Darts were repurposed as target drones by the Aerial Target Squadron. These drones retained the capability to be flown as manned aircraft for ferrying to test sites, but were operated unmanned during tests. The final QF-106 was destroyed in January 1998. The QF-106 drones replaced the QF-100 Super Sabre drones. The last QF-106, serial number 57-2524, was shot down at Holloman Air Force Base on February 20, 1997, and was subsequently replaced by the QF-4S and QF-4E Phantom II drones. On February 2, 1970, during a routine training flight involving aerial combat maneuvers, an F-106 Delta Dart went into a flat spin. First Lieutenant Gary Faust, the pilot, made multiple attempts to regain control, including deploying the aircraft's drag chute as a last resort. Despite his efforts, he was unable to recover the aircraft and was compelled to eject at an altitude of 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters. The ejection of the pilot led to a reduction in the aircraft's weight and a shift in its center of gravity. Additionally, the propulsive force from the ejection seat pushed the aircraft's nose downward. These factors combined to help the aircraft, which had been trimmed for takeoff and was at idle throttle, recover from the spin. Faust landed in the nearby mountains and was rescued by locals on snowmobiles. The local sheriff and residents approached the crash site where the still idling jet engine was causing the plane to drift slowly across the field. A recovery crew from McClellan Air Force Base was then dispatched to dismantle the minimally damaged aircraft for transportation. It is said that an officer from the recovery crew commented that, had the aircraft been even less damaged, he would have flown it out of the field himself. After its unintended landing, the aircraft, nicknamed the Cornfield Bomber, was restored and returned to service with the 49th Fighter Interceptor Squadron, the last Air Force unit to deploy the F-106. In 1979, Faust had the opportunity to pilot the aircraft again during training at Tyndall Air Force Base. The aircraft was eventually retired and donated to the National Museum of the United States Air Force in August 1986, where it continues to be showcased.
In December 1951, after Lockheed Corporation aircraft designer Clarence Kelly Johnson returned from meetings with U.S. Air Force pilots fighting over Korea, he was committed to developing the world's fastest and highest-flying fighter. The specifications for the Lockheed Starfighter were finalized in 1952, and it took its inaugural flight in 1954. The last F-104 to be produced rolled off the assembly line in 1983. In the early 1950s, with the Korean War imposing new demands on U.S. aircraft, designers were faced with a challenge regarding the available engines. A new era of engine technology was in its infancy, with development still at very preliminary stages and timelines for availability uncertain. Consequently, the designers faced a dilemma whether to proceed with the currently available but somewhat limited power plants or to await the potentially lighter and more powerful engines still in development. At Lockheed, under the leadership of Kelly Johnson, renowned for heading one of the world's premier design teams, the approach oscillated between lightweight concepts utilizing existing jet technology and significantly heavier, more potent designs based on anticipated advancements in engine capabilities. Johnson's association with Lockheed began during the Electra's development, where he supervised certain wind tunnel tests at the University of Michigan. His keen insights and constructive critiques of the new aircraft drew the attention of Lockheed engineers. He was hired by the company, and it was his work on developing the Electra and the subsequent Hudson bomber into success stories that gave him a rapid rise. His innovative and intuitive work brought great rewards for the company. The P-38, with its unorthodox long-range capabilities and enjoyable flying experience, exemplified his unconventional approach to design solutions. It proved both a successful aircraft and a profitable venture, manufactured in significant quantities. The distinctive twin booms of lightning symbolize the pace and daring of aviation development in the 1930s. However, with the conclusion of the war, activity slowed considerably, particularly in military aviation, with the most attention focused on new jet engines and civil aviation, albeit with limited funding. Contrary to the post-war trend in many countries, the USSR continued to advance rapidly in fighter plane design. A plethora of new designs emerged, although some proved inadequate initially. Eventually, Russia began producing highly impressive military aircraft in large quantities. The prevailing Western perception that Russians lagged behind in design and industrial competence was shattered when MiG-15s appeared in the skies over Korea, surprising many with their advanced capabilities. Under pressure to contend with the MiGs and their sabers, U.S. pilots clamored for revolutionary aircraft to regain the advantage they had previously taken for granted. After numerous visits to Korea, Kelly Johnson heard firsthand from pilots who urgently demanded a new plane surpassing the Russians in altitude and speed, and they needed it promptly. This directive settled the debate on Lockheed's next project. Recognizing the necessity for a high-altitude, high-speed aircraft, Johnson envisioned a lightweight fighter. Rapidly, he focused on what would become the F-104's most contentious design feature, its remarkably small and thin wing. This departure from conventional design principles, including the abandonment of highly swept shapes favored for supersonic flight, marked a significant departure from prevailing thought. Extensive wind tunnel testing ensued, exploring countless variations around the core concept. Much of this testing concentrated on validating the wing, as numerous doubts were raised about its viability. Skeptics questioned whether the wing could fly at all, whether it could withstand the stresses of high-speed flight, and whether it could carry any meaningful payload, even if it could cope with the speed. It was to be only 7 feet long and to go from being just over 4 inches thick at the fuselage down to under 2 inches thick at the tip. Innovative boundary layer control techniques were implemented to generate sufficient lift within a compact area, enabling short landing distances, albeit without internal provisions for guns or wheels. Numerous aspects of the design underwent rigorous examination and supersonic wind tunnel tests. Of particular focus were the air intakes, where efforts were concentrated on demonstrating that shock waves around the inlets facilitated a controllable and reliable supply to the engines. Recorded footage captured shock waves around the muddle during tests conducted near Mach 2, aimed at determining pressure loads of the ducting under various flight conditions. In addition to wind tunnel testing, the F-104's design was subjected to unconventional trials, involving models mounted on 5-inch Army rockets and was launched across desert terrain. These tests effectively simulated the stress of high speeds and accelerations experienced at lower altitudes, providing insight into both wing shape and construction techniques. Despite their unconventional nature, these rocket firings proved invaluable for the engineering team, facilitating assessments of wing performance and construction under extreme conditions. Similar tests were conducted on the tail, which, like the wing, was designed to be exceptionally thin, prompting skepticism regarding its strength. Once again, these tests proved instrumental in optimizing the design. Within a brief development period, hundreds of models were constructed and tested, allowing for continuous refinement of the aircraft's key components. Generally, little or nothing was added to the original plane, and with the F-104's appearance settled, a contract was issued for 2 planes to be built. The fabrication process commenced with the construction of 3 fuselage modules at full scale, while simultaneously, jigs were assembled to support the entire aircraft structure. Throughout the workshop, activities such as drilling, milling, and cutting of parts began in earnest. The aircraft, produced on an experimental production run, were essentially crafted by hand. Following the receipt of the March 1953 contract, Lockheed swiftly cleared production space, erected a wooden mock-up, and seamlessly transitioned to building the 2 prototypes without interruption. Remarkably, the first flight was scheduled to occur just 12 months after the contract was signed. The achievement within this short time frame was truly astonishing. Unlike designs that had been in development for an extended period, this aircraft came into existence in late 1952, representing a significant leap forward in aviation technology. Despite its advanced nature, its development proceeded at an extraordinary pace. The unconventional wing design, bolted to the fuselage rather than passing through it as with most contemporary fighters, was secured on with heavy-duty precision-forged aluminum fittings, integrating seamlessly within the wing's skins. Johnson's design, though straightforward in some respects, resulted in an aircraft that could soar higher and faster than the MiGs, effectively creating a manned missile. Even the retractable undercarriage, which folded into the fuselage in a fairly complex manner, underwent meticulous testing beyond the norm. The Air Force had no legal document calling for submission of a design anything like the 104, and without the prestige of Lockheed and Kelly Johnson, they may have simply rejected it. Despite the bold claims of anticipated performance, the concept was deemed both logical and exhilarating, leaving no alternative but to proceed with the issuance of the March 1953 contract. While there was no apparent existing slot in inventory for such an aircraft, the lessons learned from the Korean War suggested a compelling argument for its necessity. Nevertheless, the F-104 remained firmly under scrutiny, subject to rigorous evaluation. Construction of the aircraft progressed swiftly, with major subassemblies swiftly coming together, followed by vibration testing conducted at Lockheed's facilities. This testing aimed to establish the natural frequency patterns of entire structure, ensuring its safety for flight. Under tight security, the F-104 prototype departed the Lockheed plant on early morning of February 25, 1954, bound for Edwards Air Force Base. Upon arrival, crews immediately commenced a thorough series of checks and rechecks on the aircraft systems and meticulous preparation for its maiden flight. The engine selected for the prototypes was the Wright J65, which was to prove very inadequate in propelling the 104, Eden light though it was. The majority of production starfighters were equipped with a General Electric J79 engine, renowned for its higher thrust-to-weight ratio, poised to propel the F-104 beyond twice the speed of sound. As the first flight approached, the rigorous pace of testing persisted, with the engine undergoing thorough run-ups and final preparations. Despite a minor incident during taxi trials on February 28th, when test pilot Tony Levier experienced a brief skip, the F-104 was officially rolled out for its inaugural flight on March 4, 1954. Levier conducted a series of ground tests, ensuring the proper operation of flight controls and systems before confidently taking off for the first time. In the ensuing weeks of test flights, it became apparent that the power plant was unable to fully unleash the Mach 2 potential of the airframe. Nevertheless, the concept of the lightweight fighter was unequivocally validated. Despite the prototype's inability to surpass 1.3 times the speed of sound with this existing engine, the design was deemed successful enough for the Air Force to order 15 additional planes with upgraded power plants designated as F-104A models. In April 1955, one of these finally took the starfighter past Mach 2, which was the signal for F-104 production to swing into top gear. For the moment, the intense testing of the two prototypes continued. Both prototypes, depicted here flying in tandem, met tragic ends during the prolonged and troubled test period. Numerous incidents occurred, revealing flaws in the aircraft's engine and equipment, often occurring in situations of significant or imminent danger. In one such early mishap in 1955, Tony Levier encountered trouble while testing the firing of the starfighter's high-speed cannon during supersonic flight. Following an initially successful firing, Levier prepared for another run to test the gun once more. However, during this attempt, a catastrophic failure occurred, resulting in a complete loss of engine power. With quick thinking, Levier, approximately 40 miles from base, assessed his options. Despite being theoretically high enough to glide back to land, he knew that he had to act swiftly. He approached the lower limits for safe ejection from the aircraft. Before even opening match, a telltale smudge of smoke on the fuselage indicated that the gun had caused the issue. Inspection revealed a hole in the gun compartment caused by a cartridge ejecting backward to the gun baseplate. Relieved to find the malfunction confined to the gun rather than the airframe, engineers promptly rectified the issue, allowing testing to resume. The starfighter's gun was the Vulcan M61 cannon. 6 feet long and 300 pounds in weight, it was, at that time, claimed to be the fastest-firing gun of its type in the world. The M61 cannon boasted an impressive firing rate of 6,020 mm cannon shells per minute. Drawing inspiration from the renowned Gatling gun, patented as far back as 1862. The M61 incorporated 2 key features: a rotating cluster of barrels and external propulsion. By rigidly clamping 6 barrels together, the design provided mutual support, minimalizing the whip effect seen in single-barrel configurations and centralizing recoil. Unlike the hand-cranked Gatling guns of the Civil War era, the M61 was powered electrically by the aircraft, eliminating the need to capture and utilize gun exhaust. This innovation reduced susceptibility to corrosion and fouling. Each round fired independently, negating the erratic recoil associated with multi-gun and gas-reloaded systems. Considering the challenges encountered in the early days of integrating the M61 with the F-104, it's important to view these issues as part of the expected learning curve with any advanced equipment. Comparing the M61 Vulcan to the U.S. Air Force's previous preference for machine guns presents difficulties in terms of hitting power, firing rate, and the influence of aircraft dynamics on the gun's operation and overall effectiveness. The Vulcan outstripped previous options to such a degree that meaningful evaluation becomes irrelevant, even with consideration of multiple machine gun installations. In contrast to Kelly Johnson's initial assessment, the military procurement policies of the era demanded multi-role capability. Consequently, despite the F-104's origins as a specialized single-function fighter, provisions were developed to allow it to carry a variety of weapons. While the starfighter's exceptional performance was acknowledged by the USAF, it wasn't deemed sufficient justification for the project. Lockheed was compelled to explore unconventional attachments for the aircraft in an attempt to persuade the Air Force to continue with the program. One such innovation was the trapeze installation designed to facilitate the carriage and delivery of the Genie nuclear rocket. This ingenious launching mechanism was another manifestation of Kelly Johnson's intuition. When faced with the challenge of ensuring the aircraft could deliver the device over a combat radius of 650 miles, Johnson committed to achieving this within a mere 60 days. Given the already limited space within the starfighter's fuselage, one of the primary considerations in designing the launcher was ensuring it didn't interfere with the undercarriage. Despite these challenges, the F-104 successfully demonstrated firings of the Genie at altitudes of 56,000 feet and speeds exceeding 1.7 times the speed of sound. However, the aircraft's ability to meet such challenges ultimately did little to sway the Air Force's eventual assessment. Lockheed conducted tests with various weapons delivery attachments and external fuel tanks, aiming to enhance the plane's range and versatility. Despite these efforts, the project faced mounting opposition, and the weight of opinion against it continued to grow. The 104 was very much in the right place at the wrong time. The F-104 starfighter defied the prevailing trends in the aircraft design of its time. While other fighters were growing in size to accommodate more functionalities, Kelly Johnson opted to strip down the aircraft to its essential components, aiming to achieve Mach 2 speeds with a single afterburning turbojet engine. However, this approach ultimately limited the starfighter's career with the USAF. There simply wasn't enough space within the aircraft to accommodate the rapidly expanding hardware requirements of radars, aiming controls, and other advanced avionics systems. Despite its unmatched capabilities, which surpassed those of its heavier counterparts, the starfighter's versatility was often overlooked amidst the general disdain towards lightweight fighters. Criticisms focused on its lack of all-weather capability, lifting power, and range, ultimately leading to the discussion to phase it out of service. The project was set for financial failure, but the work that had started on giving the F-104 greater versatility went on apace, trying to forestall the inevitable and keep the Air Force involved in the plane. The F-104 starfighter boasted a formidable weapons capability, including standard systems such as the Sidewinder air-to-air missile. It was widely acknowledged as an effective firing platform, excelling in its designated role to air superiority and proving itself to be lethally efficient, akin to a stiletto. From the outset, the Air Force maintained a cautious stance towards the F-104. It was the first aircraft to be procured on a fixed then fly basis. Prior to this, the Air Force had typically accepted new aircraft into service while they were still undergoing testing, adhering to the flying and meant fixed principle. However, given the radical nature of the F-104, the responsibility for testing and rectifying issues was shifted back to the manufacturer, a practice that has since become standard due to the complexity of modern combat aircraft. As the likelihood of significant USAF orders diminished, a new market quietly emerged in Europe. The remarkable performance of the F-104, coupled with its rapidly expanding tactical capabilities, solidified its reputation as the benchmark design in its class. Despite initial reservations, the F-104's prowess ensured its continued relevance and appeal on its international stage. On top of the expansion and weaponry of the plane, during 1958 and 1959, it was set on a spree of record-setting to reinforce the message of its potency. Even when the new F-4 Phantom II broke some of the Starfighter's records, the F-104 promptly set new marks outside the F-4's ability. In order to address criticism regarding its limited range, the F-104 Starfighter incorporated in-flight refueling technology, a relatively new concept at the time. Considerable effort and resources were invested in integrating this capability into the aircraft. The F-104 had to demonstrate capabilities in ordnance, range, and technical sophistication, features that were initially excluded from the designer's original considerations, but were now essential to meet the potential specifications set by the West German Luftwaffe. To secure large-scale sales, the aircraft had to overcome the same challenges set by the USAF. It needed to evolve into a multi-role, all-weather strike aircraft and excel in the tasks assigned to it, including seemingly straightforward tasks such as aerial refueling. The German order became increasingly significant, necessitating various unexpected capabilities from the aircraft, such as an enhanced barrier landing strength. The Luftwaffe sought the ability to deploy aircraft away from bases in times of conflict. While the F-104 demonstrated the necessary strength to handle artificially shortened landings, the challenge for the pilots in executing these maneuvers was considerable and posed additional hurdles. In the long term, there were to be few performance targets set for the F-104 that it could not cope with. There was always an uncertainty regarding whether the individual pilots would be able to handle the F-104 effectively, and the necessity for specific training of the pilots for the F-104 signaled a shift in aviation training practices, foreshadowing trends that would become more prevalent in the future. While a properly trained pilot flying a well-maintained F-104 was not at risk, the combination of an unprepared pilot and the aircraft could prove to be lethal. The survival of the starfighter became contingent upon sales in the overseas markets, with the development of the aircraft driven by the specified and perceived needs of NATO clients. For example, if Germany required short takeoff and landing capabilities, Lockheed would showcase successful crash barrier landings and zero-length launch capabilities. In one instance, the truck-mounted rocket-propelled launch system was demonstrated with an F-84. Both unmanned and pilot launches were executed satisfactorily. Although this development didn't yield any immediate practical applications, the potential for successful employment with the starfighter was seen as a valuable asset to the project in the eyes of the Luftwaffe. With West Germany being the border between Eastern and Western spheres of influence, it was essential that no less than the other European states she retrieve her power as a military force, not only in weaponry, but in industrial capacity. Unlike the aftermath of the First World War, there was a perceived need for a strong Germany within the Western Alliance, and Germany's concerns became pivotal considerations for the strategists at Lockheed working on selling the F-104. Given NATO's need for new weaponry and the desire to standardize armaments across a number of countries, focusing on Germany's potential requirements was a logical approach. If Lockheed could fulfill Germany's call for new equipment, it was anticipated that many others would follow suit. Although the F-104 never saw regular use of rocket-assisted takeoffs, 104Ns were utilized for exposing potential astronauts to hydrogen peroxide thrust controls at altitudes exceeding 100,000 feet. One of the developments that revitalized the F-104's concept was the introduction of the two-seat variant. It was customary for U.S. fighters to have a trainer or reconnaissance version with 2 seats, and the F-104 followed suit. While the Germans primarily sought a ground strike aircraft, they also desired a versatile platform, prompting serious consideration of a twin-seat variant. As part of Lockheed's sales strategy, a production offset package was proposed, involving the manufacturing of planes by consortia of European aviation companies. This approach aimed to not only secure sales but also foster collaboration and investment within European aerospace industries. The shot in arm for European aerospace capability from the construction of these U factories was one of the declining factors in the successful campaign. The plane itself performed very well. In the fly-offs, the F-104's superiority over the other contenders was evident, almost to the point of being a walkover. The competition for the contract was fierce, with some highly capable aircraft, notably the British Lightning, among the contenders. However, political considerations seemed to have played a role, and by the time the contract was awarded, the F-104 had demonstrated itself as the standout performer. Despite its unquestionable performance, the F-104's reputation as a high-performance aircraft had its drawbacks. Its demanding nature meant that it could be unforgiving to inexperienced or careless pilots. There were strict limits on what a pilot could push the F-104 to do. Over the course of a development period, which was plagued by various challenges, over 8,000 flights were conducted in the test series using 52 aircraft. Unfortunately, several aircraft were lost due to equipment malfunctions and pilot errors. The F-104 represented a convergence of two eras in aviation technology, with much of the technology being new and untried. This juxtaposition is illustrated humorously by the sight of the F-104's streamlined nose attached to the front of a DC-3 during avionics testing. While the F-104 was not the first U.S. designated aircraft to prioritize lightweight and compact design, its development marked a significant step forward in this regard. For instance, the Bell XP-77 had nearly entered production during the Second World War, demonstrating a similar focus on lightweight design principles. Their win, too, was not without precedent, being very similar to that of the X-3. The F-104 starfighter was undeniably revolutionary in many aspects, yet as the program progressed, it became mired in controversy, much of which extended beyond issues with the airframe itself. This controversy led to the unfair dismissal of the starfighter as a lemon. The USAF withdrew its F-104s from operational service after just 2 years, although some were later deployed during the Vietnam War, primarily serving as high-flying escorts for B-52s and IMBO-level tactical support strikes. Meanwhile, the USSR, having learned valuable lessons from the Korean War, developed a MiG-17 in response to changing combat requirements. Unlike the F-104, which prioritized speed and climb performance, the MiG-17 was designed as a short-range interception fighter with high-speed capabilities, rapid climb rates, and agile maneuverability. Equipped with air-to-air missiles, internal cannon, and a light ground support bomb load, the MiG-17 was essentially an updated version of the MiG-15, featuring improved handling and more swept-wing design. Despite being considered theoretically obsolete upon its proposal, the MiG-17 proved to be a highly effective aircraft. U.S. thinking was totally different. If we ignore the F-104 and look at the other Sentry fighters, we find that they were all much larger planes. They also shared a commitment to state-of-the-art technology with varying degrees of success. The F-100 Super Sabre, F-101 Voodoo, F-102-106 Delta Dagger Delta Dart also limited service in Vietnam and eventually faded into history. Each of these aircraft, in its own way, epitomized the concept of the fighter as a standoff missile launch platform. Initially conceived as specialized aircraft for specific roles within the fighter spectrum, such distinctions blurred over time as each aircraft evolved to possess multi-role capabilities. The F-100 and F-101, in particular, diversified into different roles as their careers progressed. Among the Sentry series aircraft, it is doubtful that any could have effectively countered the F-104 starfighter. Even many more modern aircraft would have struggled against the F-104's capabilities. The overseas sales program for the F-104 not only saved the project from financial disaster, but also turned it into a remarkable success for Lockheed. With production deals in place, the F-104 entered service with 14 air forces, becoming one of the closest approximations to its standard Western fighter plane. Customized fire control systems and other controls tailored for each country's version of the F-104 allow for versatile use in various roles. Despite its reputation for demanding respect and care from pilots, the F-104 also gained renown as one of the most formidable aircraft in the air. Customer air forces around the world employed the F-104 in diverse roles and continued its development until the last ones were built in 1983. As presumably everybody knows, the Germans, whose orders had been so critical, initially had a fairly miserable time with the plane, losing over 200 of them in accidents. The reason for this are many, but little blame can be appointed to the plane itself. The early deployment disaster with the Luftwaffe had complex roots, and it took time to address the underlying causes. The West Germans experienced a similar, albeit shorter, struggle when introducing the F-104 into their inventory. However, none of the other nations that purchased a starfighter had experiences remotely resembling the issues faced by Germany. It was evident that the problems primarily stemmed from the specific circumstances within the Luftwaffe at the time. To counter the mounting negative publicity surrounding the F-104, Lockheed maintained its own private starfighter as a promotional tool. This aircraft flew extensively around the world in search of orders and was later used in PR efforts to salvage the reputation of the plane. In this aircraft, Jackie Conquered, renowned for her achievements in the Bendix races of the 1930s and her service with the Women's Air Force Service Pilots during World War II, became the first female Western pilot to break the speed of sound. Kelly Johnson's design team transitioned from a plane with almost no wing to one with extraordinarily long wings, the U-2 spy plane, and then the remarkable Mach 3 SR-71 Blackbird, showcasing their innovative and groundbreaking approach to aircraft design and engineering. Both of these aircraft bear some superficial resemblances to the 104. Certainly comparing the three to the other planes of their time, it's easy to see them as stablemates, products of the one vision. Kelly Johnson, the mastermind behind these groundbreaking aircraft, retired universally respected as one of the giants of aviation. Throughout his illustrious career, his designs were consistently at the cutting edge of their time, often ahead of their time. One of Johnson's later endeavors was the redesign of the F-104, which became known as the Lancer. This revamped version, featuring larger wings and enhanced maneuverability, was proposed in a fighter competition that ultimately led to the mass production of the F-15. However, the Lancer proposal did not receive serious consideration, and no aircraft were built. Johnson maintained that the Lancer would have outperformed the F-15, with some experts agreeing and even suggesting that the F-104 itself could have posed a challenge to the F-15 in an aerial combat. Despite the F-104's early struggles, including engine availability issues and the unreliability of the J-79 engine, its testing and development phase set new standards in aviation. Major challenges like pitch-up were overcome through rigorous testing and refinement, resulting in a powerful and reliable, albeit eager and somewhat temperamental aircraft. Despite its enduring reputation for controversy, the F-104 ultimately vindicated the decisions of its creators. Throughout its lengthy career, it carved out a unique and significant place in the annals of aviation history.
This is an F-105G, the Wild Weasel variant of the Thunder Chief. The last mutation of a plane that when first produced was the biggest single-engine, single-seat fighter aircraft ever built. The F-105 was an awesomely powerful weapon, and in the skies of Vietnam, it was to become known as the one-man Air Force. The designer of the F-105 was Alexander Catvelli, chief designer at Republic and no stranger to the concept of big fighter aircraft. For he had been the designer of the World War II P-47 Thunderbolt, the biggest single-engine fighter of its day, which has been produced in large numbers and had proved itself a sturdy workhorse not only in its intended role as an air superiority or escort fighter, but as a fighter bomber in the tactical support mission. Work on Advanced Project 63, the series of design studies that led to the 105, commenced in 1951, at the height of the Korean War. Essentially as a privately funded update of Republic's F-84. The 84 had been developed as a jet Thunderbolt for the escort and tactical fighter bomber roles. In Korea, it proved not up to the escort role in competition with the MiG-15, but it performed well in the ground attack. The 84's straight wings were part of a very conventional overall design. And indeed, the plane's latter manifestations exhibited swept wings more appropriate to the potential speed of the jet. But with the experience of Korea to guide them and the rapid pace of technological development to compel them, the design team soon realized that they were setting out to design a completely new plane. As a team at Republic was setting out on their project, the counterparts of North American company had just received U.S. Air Force support for the F-100 Super Sabre.
first of the series of planes known as the Sentry Fighters that were to cover the multiple fighter roles that perceived as the Air Force moved to supersonic capability. Starting life as a reworking of the successful F-86 Sabre, the F-100 was originally described as an air superiority fighter, but its latter variations added fighter bombing capabilities. With a maximum speed of 860 miles an hour, the Hun was USA's first supersonic fighter, and, particularly in tactical support role, was to prove valuable in Vietnam. The next plane was the McDonnell F-101 Voodoo, designed as a penetration fighter and escort fighter. The rapidity of development in aviation can be judged by the fact that, though only ordered 12 months later than the F-100, the 101 had a top speed of 1,100 miles an hour. Again, the plane developed tactical capability in its later models, and it was used extensively in Vietnam, most notably in photo reconnaissance. Third of the Sentry Fighters was the F-102 Delta Dagger from General Dynamics, an all-weather interceptor commenced in 1950. Capable of 820 miles an hour, it proved only a moderate success, but naturally was to develop to become the F-106, which had a top speed of 1,500 miles an hour. The Lockheed Starfighter, the F-104, ordered in March 1953, sought flight performance at all costs as an air superiority fighter. Basically a manned missile, the 1,400 mile/hour 104 had a checkered career, but has demonstrated amazing longevity as a tactical strike and reconnaissance aircraft. At Republic, Clark Belley's team working on Advanced Project 63. After a program that ran to 108 configurations had emerged with a design for a single-engine, single-seat tactical fighter bomber with the capacity to carry nuclear weapons in an internal bomb bay. This plane, the 105A, was given Air Force approval in September 1952, originally with the intention of mass production, but in the end only 2 were built. The 105, rounding out the Sentry Fighters, was the first purpose-designed tactical strike aircraft ordered for the United States Air Force. The perception of need for such a plane derived from a combination of Korean battlefield experience, geopolitics, and interest-service competition between the strategic and tactical air commands of the USAF. For TAC, the 105, in addition to opening up parameters of their new conventional role, brought with it the capability to carry nuclear weapons over a long range, with a corresponding rise in their prestige to rival that of the Strategic Command. The Tactical Air Command support of the 105 was to prove vital to the project as the plane went through its difficult early years. Virtually all the technology and engineering of aircraft were being revolutionized at once, in response to the myriad physical changes inherent in the transition of the age of supersonic flight, and the F-105 was to have plenty of developmental problems in the years ahead. But what made the huge fighter so special was its large internal capacity. The atom bombs, more reminiscent of drums than weapons, gave it a potency far beyond any competitor. For the F-105A, significant breakthroughs in understanding the effects of transonic drag, together with some inherent deficiencies, had already seen the design superseded. It first flew for the 3 years after the USAF go-ahead, and then by then its internal systems had changed beyond recognition. Also by then, manufacture of its replacement was underway. The third F-105 was the first of the B model. We see it here on the 26th of May 1956 as it taxis to its takeoff point for its first flight. This was the first 105 to have a power plant big enough to match its size, and major external changes had also been incorporated, chief among which was the area ruling, which had rescued the F-102 from its drag and turbulence problems. This had replaced the straight lines on the A model with a slim hip over the wing. A massive 4-pedaled air brake now dominated the previously clean lines of the engine exhaust, and, There had also been changes made to the air intakes, giving the Thundersheaf its characteristic nostrils. A larger tail area had increased stability. These and other changes have resulted in a plane with the capacity to double the speed of sound. Perhaps symbolically, this first flight was to be beset by almost fatal problems. It was intended that the flight be short, little more than a quick circuit. But when it came time to lower the wheels, there was no response from the nose wheel. Raising and lowering the wheels had no effect. The nose wheel would not budge. Rather than abandon the plane, it was decided to attempt a wheels-up landing, and so the test pilot set the machine down on a long, dangerous slide across the salt. Eventually, the plane came to a halt, and emergency crews converged on the site in the slowly clearing dust. The crash was more than an intense embarrassment for a project that was already being scrutinized as excessively expensive and troubled by technical problems. However, it was still possible to argue that the problems were being solved in ways that consistently improved the overall capability of the plane. And that even as simply as a test program, the 105 was revolutionizing the understanding not only of the science of aviation, but the potentiality of a tactical aircraft. The cause of the crash was soon identified in the new air intake controls, which at the high thrust settings were jamming the wheel in a position, a fairly simple thing to correct. One other thing that the crash demonstrated was something that those who flew the Thundersheaf in action came to know and approve of its toughness. The plane was lifted, the undercarriage was lowered, and the prototype was towed away to be mended and rebuilt. Rebuilt, the plane rejoined the test program. As work progressed on tying together all the systems and ironing out all the bugs in the components, the engineers were dealing with concepts and forces they could only barely control, and overcoming the snags as they appeared. It's difficult to think of any other way that these problems, theoretical and practical, could have kept up with the intense scramble of technical development. In being the first plane capable of both air-to-air fighting and air-to-ground semi-automatic weapons delivery, the plane relied on avionics packages far in advance of anything previously attempted. Among these advanced facilities were radar models for air search, contour mapping, terrain following, and automatic tracking of air and ground targets even in blind conditions. Throughout its life, the 105 was to almost constantly receive new and updated facilities, but even from the first, this was a plane that was far ahead of its time. The rebuilt plane was allocated to conduct the spin testing program, a spin recovery parachute which installed on the tail of the plane. This required removing a panel to afford room for the chute and removing the air brake so that, if needed, the chute would be unimpeded. Trials on the chute demonstrated that it worked satisfactorily. The aim of spin testing is to ensure that the plane can be recovered from a spin to normal flight. That, once control has been lost, it can be regained. Of course, the first thing to do in such a test is to lose control of the aircraft deliberately. Then, the test pilot sits there while his plane plummets through the air for a specified duration, and then he attempts recovery. This is not for the faint-hearted. The emergency spin recovery parachute was not needed. as the planes proved to have a natural tendency to level out after each revolution, and the pilots were able to resume control fairly easily. However, the airframe still had to be tested, and so the trials went on. "47 times the pilots let go and watched the horizon slide away slickingly as the plane commenced its fall. If you look carefully here, you'll see a pillar of flame leap from the tail of the plane as the engine stalls. Though the flight test proceeded well, the technical problems persisted, with the engine and the avionics still unreliable. The uncertainty of performance was matched by a wider uncertainty about the future of the plane. The original expectation of large production had been amended to 37, then cancelled altogether in December 1953. A reinstated order in February 1954 was for 15 aircraft. But by September, this had already come back to 3. In October, it was back to 6. Parallel for this state of flux, the operational requirements for the new fighter had already been repeatedly amended before being first published in December 1954, and, by April 1955, had been changed 3 more times. The men conducting the test series went on with their work, while uncertainty continued to shroud the future of the project. The 105's already considerable range had been augmented by the addition of external fuel tanks, and these two had to be tested to establish the effect they had on the plane, as well as to test the tanks themselves. Throughout 1957, the testing went on, with the test aircraft logging many hours over the desert as the plane was slowly sorted out through multiple modifications. The pre-service evaluations due for completion in November 1959 were to eventually go on until March 1961. Of the specifications added in 1954 was that the F-105 should be capable of in-flight refueling, another recent innovation already being widely used. With an airplane like the F-105, this was a tricky proposition. For the fighter pilot to slow down to the same speed as the tanker left him with insufficient airflow over the wings to maintain lift. The top speed of the tanker and lowest speed of the F-105 were very close, and, as you see, the fighter becomes very hard to maneuver, especially in the turbulence of the larger plane, and often stalls entirely. Attempts to alleviate the problem by handing jets to the tankers, as here to a B-29, didn't help all that much. All supersonic fighters had trouble until jet tankers raised the speed of refueling to safer levels. The tests confirmed the difficulty for the pilot of the fighter, and although successful couplings were made, the system remained largely impractical. Not due to any failure of the F-105, but because of the inadequacies of the tankers. Having the drogue trail from the wingtip rather than from the tail of the plane removed the operation from the worst of the larger plane's turbulence, and facilitated matters somewhat, but the tendency to stall still remained. The equipment in use, the long drogue hose, did not make things any easier with the requirement for the pilot of the fighter to maneuver onto the drogue. Not until this necessity was replaced by a system where he simply holds position in relation to the tanker and the operator in the tanker directs the connection was refueling truly a practical affair. The F-105 was equipped with two types of refueling connectors, and these were to see a lot of use in the Thundercheat's career. Back at the end of 1954, our public must have been wondering about the fate of the 105, and their anxiety can have only been slightly alleviated by the bittersweet news that they received in February 1955. The order was lifted back to 15, with the allowance for the rest of the original 34 only if funds were available in the coming fiscal year. To add to this ambiguous news was the unsettling proviso that there'd be a fly-off against the North American company's F-107, an updated, high-powered, and re-eclipsed Super Sabre variant. Had the 107 been compared to almost any other plane at the time, it may have outperformed it. However, the 105 was a rather special opponent, and the performance of the controversial big plane was beginning to quell the doubts about its worth. The revisions of the Thundercheat's specifications had continued in a stream of expansions of its system's capability. Constant electronic elevations proceeded throughout the plane's development and its operational lifetime, continuing to maintain the F-105 at the forefront of performance. The plethora of design changes meant that the first 15 F-105s produced represented 5 distinct subtypes. Eventually, there would have been 19. During the test program, of course, the revisions of the plane meant that the trials were regularly extended. The normal flight testing programs were consistently completed with little trouble, as the airframe behaved very well and had admirable flight characteristics. However, the electronics of the newly conceived and developing systems caused continuing delays as their performance was lifted to their supposed specifications. With the benefit of hindsight, we can appreciate what a fine aircraft was evolving in the process. But at the time, eyebrows were being raised as there was considerable skepticism about the plane. On the 28th of May 1958, 3 years later than originally expected, the USAF took delivery of its first operational 105. Fittingly, it was the only one of its subtype. The Air Force pilots had been disappointed to hear that their new mount was in fact a rather large bomber, and had christened the plane in advance rather disparagingly as the Lead Sled, Thunder Thud, or Plane Thud. Now, they got their hands on it for the first time and immediately changed their minds. and THUD in particular came to mean F-105. But no longer in any derogatory sense. The big plan was to be universally popular with those who flew them. Not only did it handle and perform as a fighter, but it packed a combination of punches that was truly awesome. Fully laden, a 105 could carry 14,000 pounds of a very wide range of external stores, including all normal bombs, rockets or rocket pods, cannon pods, electronic countermeasures, packed air-to-surface missiles, and sidewinder air-to-air missiles. But almost as the reason for its existence, the Thunderchief also had a bomb bay. To minimize supersonic drag, the bomb bay doors retracted neatly into the plane. To control the ejection of the bomb, both for accuracy's sake and to ensure the bomb was clear of the aircraft, it was pushed down with a pneumatic rack. The rack was strong enough to be used as a jack to load the bay if there was no bomb trolley available in wartime operations. However, the THUDs carried very few bombs internally. Most of the time, the bomb bay was occupied by a further reserve of fuel on the outer wing. There was a provision for 2 stores pylons to be fitted. These could be used to carry weaponry and fuel in any desired combination, or removed to allow the attachment of specialized delivery racks for other armaments, like this installation for the Sidewinder. The standard build and armament for all Thunderchief variants was a General Electric M61 20mm multi-barrel gun. This gun fired at 6,000 rounds per minute and could fire off the entire 1,029 shells it carried in less than 11 seconds. Air Force deliveries continue with the 335th Tactical Air Squadron, becoming the first fully equipped with the new fighter and celebrating by setting a world speed record. In 1961, the first overseas deployments were made to bases in Germany. Far away from Europe, the summer of 1964, so the THUD goes into action for the first time. Soon, they were sporting new camouflage as they were deployed in larger numbers to bases in Thailand and South Vietnam. From those bases, they launched the campaigns that were to write their name into history. For the F-105, Vietnam was the right place at the right time. Even during their service life, up to that time there had been continued problems with reliability, and as recently as 1962, they had all been grounded. Though those problems had been ironed out, the plague of minor defects and a series of accidents had continued almost up to their first Vietnamese missions. But the thuds in Vietnam were to earn a completely different reputation as reliable and durable airplanes. They also earned a fearsome reputation as weapons. The importance of the Thunder Chief in Vietnam can be simply indicated during the first 5 years of their involvement there. They flew an amazing 75% of all USAF attack missions. If the skies of Vietnam were full of bombs, it was because the thuds put them there. From March 1965, increasing numbers of airstrikes were made on North Vietnam, predominantly directed at communications targets. The raids relied almost entirely on the F-105s. The planes would heave themselves into the air with their loads of bombs and head for a rendezvous with a tanker near the North Vietnam border. But with the level of external stores they were carrying, and the way that increasingly they had to fly flat out all the way across Vietnam rather than cruising to and from the target, the range had been cut considerably, and even with full tanks, the journeys didn't leave much to spare. Then, they flew into hostile airspace. At the beginning of the war, the North Vietnamese had only limited air defenses, and the earliest raids were relatively quiet. Soon, however, supplies on anti-aircraft artillery, surface-to-air missiles, and MiG fighters began to multiply, and the raids were flown into the teeth of the most intensive air defense systems ever tested in warfare at that time. Production of the 105s had been completed in December 1964. Only 78 of the B model had ever been built. The remaining 610 had been F-105Ds. The D had acquired an extended nose, accommodating all-weather navigation systems, and thus was externally dissimilar to the B. The other 143 with a twin-seat F model. It had always been expected that there would be a twin-seat version of the plane, but 2 earlier twin-seat proposals had been dropped. The Fs were to provide the stock for the later development of the last 105, the G, the Wild Weasel. The workhorse of the bombing raids was the D. The single-seaters are bounded on the bases where the work of war went on 24 hours a day. At the end of each mission, the returning pilot would confer with his crew chief about the performance of the plane and handed it over to him for service. The service record of the F-105s in Vietnam was excellent. On any given day, over 90% of the funds were ready for work. This figure was higher than the overall average within the USAF, and considering the complexity, workload, and relative scarcity of the big planes, it's all the more outstanding to keep them in the air. Facilities for total maintenance of the planes were built at the bases they flew their missions from, and specialist teams were constantly available to fly in to handle specific problems. Teams of ground crew at the bases carried out the normal turnaround routines, like refueling, filling the water tank in the tail for the afterburner, rearming the plane, and other servicing required between missions quickly and efficiently. The body of the plane was a patchwork of hatches, allowing access to the equipment inside. The big fuselage had very little spare room inside it, but the layout was good enough to ensure that servicing was relatively straightforward. The bases were a far cry from the mud and improvisation of the Second World War. A Thunder Chief parked on Tackley's acres of hearthstand could be serviced with relative ease. The wing point combinations for the next missions were selected and affected, and the plane armed in the smooth and practice routine. A large part of the bombs that were dropped on Vietnam were iron bombs of the Second World War. Vintage, sadly, they were a part of a design philosophy and era that should have been long gone. However, modern smart bombs were not to really arrive in Vietnam until the F-111s used them in the last phases of the conflict. So the F-105 missions were often flown to deliver hardware that was uncontrolled in flight, often unstable in trajectory and sometimes unreliable in effect. But with these bombs, the thuds hammered the North and in most instances destroyed their allocated targets right through the night. The bases were a hive of activity. At the work of repairing, servicing, and arming the planes went on. Another factor that makes the 90% availability of the thuds even more impressive was their toughness. They kept coming back from missions with major battle damage to repair. Thuds sustained strikes from SAMs as well as AAAs and mid-cannons and still survived. This one has actually survived a hit from a Sidewinder. Each morning, the one-man's air forces waited ready. In March 1965, the USAF flew the first of the Rolling Thunder series of strikes. The inclusion of the reference to Thunder is fitting, as throughout its 3 years, Rolling Thunder was to be the almost exclusive province of the Thunder Chief. The fuller extension of the air war into the North had 3 purposes. First, to reduce the infiltration of the South. Second, to give pause to the communist leadership in Hanoi. And thirdly, to bolster the morale of the Southern leadership and the people of South Vietnam. As the name implies, the strikes rolled forward into the north, targets being progressively further and further over the border, and the thunder was real. The damage to the North's bridges and railways and roads extracted a great cost on the communists and hampered their war effort considerably. However, though at times apparently shaken, the Hanoi leadership did not break. The thuds flew in on their deadly missions, and the Vietnamese tried with everything the Russians and Chinese could give them to knock them from the sky. North Vietnam was not an ideal target for a sustained bombing campaign. There was little industrial infrastructure to damage and almost no war production. The country had an agrarian society, predominantly rural and dispersed. The few major targets in the terms of docks and storage were within the exclusion zones around Hanoi and Haiphong, the two major cities. For political reasons, these areas were not bombed for most of the war, as the US consistently tried to negotiate an end to the fighting. The THAAD pilots learned their own ways of coping with the streams of sands that rose of them, splitting and diving to confuse and evade the missiles. In tangles with the MiGs, the 105s came off well. They had such reverse of power that if a MiG managed to get in position to fire, they could in most cases simply accelerate away from them further. The THAADs were capable of turning the tables on their attackers and really mixing it up. 28 MiG-17s were down by 105s. The bombs continued to rain down on Vietnam. Supporting the bombing was an electronics and communications network of unprecedented technical sophistication. Operations controllers directed a huge fleet of varied craft in the air at enemy level, from artillery spotter planes to B-52s. They dispatched rescue operations for downed pilots and coordinated the activities of tankers, bombers, and fighters. Off the coast of North Vietnam prowled the Big Eye planes packed with sensitive radar and alert for the slightest activity from the mid-squadrons. Any appearance of the MiGs was monitored and the information relayed to the fighters in the area. The constant observation, coupled with the air superiority of the Phantoms and Thunder Chiefs, served to ensure that for the large periods of the war, the Communist Air Force stayed on the ground, pragmatically accepting that they could not compete. The controllers and their equipment directing the airstrikes were themselves part of a chain of command that stretched back from the Vietnam through the Pacific headquarters in Hawaii all the way to Washington, where the targets were identified and authorized. At the very end of the chain were the THAADs, sending off daily with their loads. Thousands and thousands of sorties succeeded one another, with the F-105s carrying most of the load. Whether or not one questions the strategic effect of the program, it is impossible to not acknowledge the burden that the Thunder Chiefs carried and the effectiveness with which they pursued their assignments. In June 1967, the first of the Thuds to do so reached the halfway point in their theoretical 4,000-hour fatigue lifetime, to be followed soon by others. The most critical fatigue concern was the strains upon the engines. The missions that the Thuds were flying were unlike anything originally envisaged. They were regularly returning at full power with afterburner for extended periods of time. The stress on the power plants was enormous. The hot sections of the huge J-75 engine were particularly vulnerable to this type of treatment. Already, there had been some shortages of spares. As a safeguard, the normal engine life between changes was reduced from 200 to 125 hours. And teams of mechanics worked on overhauling the engines, testing them and reinstalling them on the planes. By August 1968, the 388 Squadron was flying Thunder Chiefs with 3,000 hours under its belt. Having gone out on 500 missions, received flag damage on several occasions, and have been involved in mid-air collision earlier in the year. By October, 3 more had passed the mark. They were growing old fast. An earlier suggestion to reopen the lines and build more F-105s had been considered, then dropped. There was a replacement for much of the work already available in the Phantom, and construction was proceeding apace on their successor, a design that had been much influenced by the story of the Thud and which had reflected many of the lessons learned in its combat life, the F-111. For the time being, the Thuds remained indispensable, and they were constantly tended to maintain their status and prolong their life. The Thuds remained in Vietnam to the end. Not only the two-seater SAM suppressing Wild Weasels, but also the Ds and Fs with their bombs, tactical support, and electronic countermeasure systems. The Thuds were still workhorses right through to the devastating Line Breaker 1 and 2 operations that finally brought the North to a negotiation position that allowed the US to withdraw from the conflict. Their bombing had sustained the air war against North Vietnam. There was no other plane at the time that could have done the job. The bombing was fiercely pressed home and the results devastating, particularly when they were directed against a specific industrial target, as here on this truck maintenance depot. The Ho Chi Minh Trail buzzed with activity during the bombing halts, with trucks bumper to bumper, illustrating 2 points: the wily resolve of the Vietnamese in pursuit of their aims, and the effectiveness of bombing. With Thuds about, the trucks were far more circumspect. The pilot's tour of duty was 100 missions, and the Thuds saw hundreds of pilots through their tour and home again. They were men who were undoubtedly universally glad to be out of the war, glad to have done their job and survived. However, many of them were still to miss their big machines and the sensation of howling through the air at a huge metal monster at twice the speed of sound. Captain John Piawani began growing his mustache when he first arrived in Vietnam in 1967. When he finished his 100th mission, the mustache was 12¼ inches long. On his 55th mission, his Thud was hit by artillery over the Paul Duma Bridge, near Hanoi during a bombing run. His story is typical. Not only did he hit the bridge and bring down a span, but the damaged thud brought him home to finish his tour. Some of the Wild Weasel and other specialist planes stayed with the USAF after Vietnam, but the 105s were progressively phased out and retired into the hands of the pilots of the Air Force Reserves. There were not too many of them about, and they faded rather quickly from use. The last reserve of an F-105 was on the 25th of May 1983, exactly 25 years after the accident on the first flight of the 105B. Many pilots sat in the seat of an F-105 and went through the startup process. Many owed their lives to them. Most of them consider their plane the best in the inventory. The big fighter grew from its problem childhood, and the parameters of what an aircraft could be asked to do grew with it. In an era of multiple transitions, it is an astounding achievement that so much was got right so well in one package. There were never that many of them, and their reputation is perhaps not widespread. Nevertheless, the plane was certainly outstanding.
The F-106 is designed to be a fully capable, highly effective, all-weather interceptor for use by the United States Air Force Air Defense Command units. Deliveries to these units will start in 1959. The tactical versions of the Convair F-106A single place and the F-106B dual place are supersonic Mach 2 aircraft powered by the Pratt & Whitney J-75 P-17 engine. Both carry their armament internally, with basic armament for each consisting of 4 Falcon missiles and 1 MB-1 nuclear rocket. Test activities for the year 1958 involved detailed testing of all elements of the weapons system, from laboratory testing of components to an extensive flight program. The F-106A and B Accelerated Development Program involved 42 aircraft, of which 17 were assigned to the contractor portion of the test program. This film report will present the significant highlights of the 1958 program. For the purpose of this report, the program will be divided into 3 sections. The first, or flight test section, will concern those activities covered in the actual flight program. The second, or support testing phase, will involve those component activities investigated through laboratory-controlled examinations. And the final armament section will report on the development program designed to demonstrate F-106 armament delivery capability. At the Air Force Flight Test Center, in-flight examinations included evaluations of the F-106 external wing tanks, F-106A spin testing, J-75 engine evaluations, and the initial flight and preliminary flight test evaluations of the F-106B aircraft. Early in the year, aircraft 56-451 was assigned to the spin program. This program was conducted to determine the stall and spin characteristics for F-106A aircraft. Aircraft 451 received all special spin equipment installations at Convair San Diego Experimental Facility before being returned to Edwards Flight Test Center for the flight program. Recovery strakes installed on each side of the aircraft could be extended during a spin to assist in spin recovery. A spin recovery chute was installed in a special container mounted at the base of the vertical fin. Used as a secondary safety precaution against spin conditions, this device was activated by ballistically firing a pilot chute into the airstream, pulling the recovery chute behind it. Special pilot safety equipment included a single-action ejection seat and a modified G-suit to protect the pilot against longitudinal G-loads in the event of high spin rates. All equipment was thoroughly tested in flight examinations to ensure proper performance before beginning the spin investigations. A total of 31 spins were made, beginning with preliminary spins in April of 1958. Initially, recovery was made before a fully developed spin was reached. Later spins were allowed to progress until the full spin was accomplished. During these developed spins, a condition was encountered where the airplane would gyrate after stalling. This condition came to be known as a post-stall gyration. Detailed examinations of this condition determined its cause, the warnings preceding it, and the proper recovery technique necessary. Analysis of the data obtained in the spin program demonstrated F-106A compliance with the applicable Air Force specifications. Following completion of the spin program, aircraft 56-451 was stripped of all special spin equipment, provisions were added to carry external fuel, and a program was conducted to clear all F-106A and B aircraft to carry and use the external drop tanks. At the completion of tank installations on the aircraft, ground shake tests were made, clearing the aircraft for flight flutter testing at the Air Force Flight Test Center. These tests were satisfactorily completed with full tank loads at altitudes of 5,000 and 15,000 feet. Speeds were at Mach 0.75, 0.85, and 0.95. During jettison testing, 9 tanks were expended, 7 single-tank jettisons, and 1 dual jettison. Altitudes were at 15,000 and 35,000 feet. The drops were accomplished at 2 different speeds, Mach 0.4 and 0.95. At the conclusion of the program, external fuel usage testing was completed on aircraft 452 up to a speed of Mach 0.95, with altitudes ranging to 40,000 feet in climb, dive, and level flight conditions. As a result of this program, sufficient data was obtained to clear all F-106A and B aircraft to carry and use external drop tanks. During the 1958 test program, several changes were made in the F-106 propulsion system to improve propulsion and aircraft performance. Thinning of the external inlet duct cowlings resulted in a satisfactory drag improvement. The slotted ramp replaced the earlier perforated ramp. This change increased pressure recovery due to improved bleeding of boundary air and resulted in a 3% increase in thrust. A flight program to determine optimum ramp scheduling for the new slotted ramp established ramp operational standards for all production aircraft. 5 tail cone configurations were evaluated in a program consisting of 22 flight missions. The original cone, shortened by 4.6 inches, resulted in an effective combination of drag thrust improvement. Improvements in ejector design led to the acceptance of the convergent divergent ejector, with a resulting thrust increase of 8% at design speed over the basic engine configuration. The Pratt & Whitney J75 P-17 engine was accepted for all F-106 aircraft over the earlier P-1 and P-9 versions. This engine included all basic improvements made in the earlier models. rotating of the first stage inlet guide vanes, and thinning of the second stage inlet guide vanes increased the flow area and resulted in relieving of low-energy stalls. First stage turbine inlet guide vanes were changed to a new alloy with heat characteristics that allowed higher operating temperatures than alloys used in earlier models of the J-75 engines. The results of the propulsion program have confirmed the compatibility of the F-106 airframe and the J-75 P-17 engine. These improvements have raised installed engine thrust and temperature limits to design specification requirements. F-106 aircraft, in which all of the new modifications have been incorporated, have now flown at the design speed of Mach 2. The first F-106B aircraft, 57-2507, moved off the production line at Convair, San Diego during the early part of 1958. The aircraft was then delivered by truck to the Air Force Flight Test Center, and after thorough ground checkout evaluations, made a successful first flight on April 10th. The F-106B is designed to be a fully capable two-place interceptor aircraft with a complete F-106 armament system. It will serve as a tactical aircraft and, in addition, be used to familiarize pilots with the F-106A weapons system. Similar in appearance to the F-106A, the F-106B has a longer and slightly raised canopy. Dimensions are equal to that of the A. Wingspan, 38 feet, 1 inch. Overall length, 70 feet, 8 inches. Height to the tip of the vertical stabilizer, 20 feet, 3 inches. The approximate takeoff gross weight with full internal fuel load is 34,751 pounds. As a result of the similarity between the A and the B, the 1958 B flight test program was primarily devoted to examination of the significant differences between the two aircraft. Preliminary results have demonstrated that the F-106B maintains the same excellent handling characteristics of the F-106A. Climb and acceleration performance is essentially the same, with general performance in other areas comparable to the F-106A. Thorough testing of the complex electronic cooling and air conditions systems of an F-106 aircraft would be impractical using normal flight test methods. Necessary instrumentation and time would be very costly to the development program. For these reasons, an electronic cooling test stand laboratory was built at the contractor's San Diego testing area. The test stand chamber will hold an entire F-106 fuselage and is capable of recreating both transient and steady state temperature and altitude conditions for the entire flight range of an F-106 aircraft. Temperature can be varied from minus 60 degrees to 220 degrees Fahrenheit. The test stand method produces the data and development information necessary in proving the F-106 electronic cooling system adequate to the great demands made on it in actual flight operation. Changes in the F-106 cooling system, when proved necessary by test stand investigation, are incorporated into production aircraft following retest approval. A brief flight program confirms test stand results. The data available from this testing would be impossible to obtain without the test stand facility. The resulting savings in cost and time have proved invaluable in the F-106 development program. The skin of the 9 fuel tanks dispersed throughout the wings and fuselage of the F-106 are designed to withstand thermal stress as well as stress due to internal tank pressure and flight loads. The contractor established the Point Loma Structures Test Site in conjunction with the Air Force to test the effectiveness of the machine-sculptured, Scotch weld-bonded tank skins. The jig work, electrical, fuel, and hydraulic systems here are adequate to subject fuel tank test specimens to a full range of simulated flight conditions. The tests conducted were on 3 tanks: the forward wing tank, the wing transfer tank, and the fuselage tank. Each tank was placed in its own special jig to most accurately apply flight loading conditions. All internal and external flight load conditions encountered in the full range of operation of an F-106 were mechanically produced through whiffletree and hydraulic actuator arrangements. Both static and extensive cycling loads tests were conducted through varying temperature conditions ranging from sub-zero through ambient to hot. Reduction of the data recorded from thermocouples, strain gauges, and other instrumentation determined that the machine-sculptured integral Scotch weld wing tanks met design requirements. For the purpose of developing a high-efficiency F-106 radome, a special research and design group was formed within the electronics section of Convair San Diego as early as September 1955. Primary mission of the group was the development of a high-efficiency radome for the F-106. The basic concern was to design a radome which would allow efficient passage of the radiated energy search beam, and to ensure that the radar waves would complete passage through the radome with as little distortion as possible. The ideal radome would be electrically transparent, causing no radiation distortion. Since this is impossible, the distortions of the best possible radome must be measured and compensated for. To back up the design predictions based on this theory, the radome laboratory tested many radome experimental shapes with their complete test facilities. Lower sight range, direct physical measurement, high-temperature dielectrometer, free space interferometer, and other complex equipment were employed. From this background of research and testing, the Convair Radome Design Group has developed a radome shape and manufacturing technique which meets the demanding performance requirements of the F-106 fire control system. The technique has resulted in 2 major conclusions. 1, it has reduced the insertion phase difference, or IPD variation, from 10 electrical degrees to 1. And 2, it makes practical a method of reproduction with high physical standard from part to part. In addition, engineers can now predict electrical performance in terms of known radar properties and can maintain electrical variations within extremely narrow error tolerances. Matched to the gimbal of the MA-1, the radar antenna is individually foresighted to ensure accurate installation, and final checks are made before the delivery of the aircraft to the Air Force. With these newly developed design, development testing, and manufacturing methods, a very high degree of accuracy has been obtained in this vital component of the fire control system. With today's interceptor aircraft pressing farther and farther into the range of supersonic speeds, the need and urgency for developing a pilot ejection system that will function at subsonic, transonic, and supersonic speeds at minimum and maximum altitudes is vital. In view of this, the Industry Crew Escape Systems Committee was formed to coordinate a developmental approach to safe ejection from supersonic aircraft. First considerations included both an upward ejection system and a downward ejection system. The Air Force assigned Convair the responsibility of developing the needed upward ejection system for Century Series aircraft. In Convair's program, two types of seats were originally considered: the A, or skip flow generator type, and the B, or bobsled type. After initial evaluations, Convair, with the approval of the ICESC committee, concentrated its development efforts on the second, or B, seat design. The pilot is ejected on his back at a 90-degree launch attitude, a launch position especially desirable because G-loads tolerances for humans are greatest at this angle. Preliminary wind tunnel and slingshot testing of a 1/10th scale model led to a full-scale wind blast program at the Air Force Flight Test Center. These runs were used to indicate the wind blast forces on the seat and pilot. In all, there were 5 runs conducted at speeds of 627 to 858 knots. Both low and high altitude flight gear was examined for wind blast results. In all post-run examinations of this test series, the pilot and his personal equipment was found to be in near pre-run condition. The first full-scale aerodynamic testing of the B seat was accomplished on the ARDC supersonic missile and rocket track at Hurricane Mesa, Utah. 3 objectives were accomplished in this test series. 1, the full-scale seat-simulated ejection performance as planned. 2, the validity of the slingshot tests were verified by the flight attitude of the seat. And 3, the test confirmed the results of the previous wind blast tests on the pilot and personal equipment. It was established that the seat configuration had good yaw and pitch stability, but did have excessive roll. At this point, telescopic booms were added to control the roll. Following slingshot evaluations, further testing at Hurricane Mesa using the new booms resulted in near-perfect seat flight, with no pitch, no yaw, and with only a negligible roll. During 1958, testing of the complete B-seat ejection system was conducted on the sled run track at the Air Force Flight Test Center. Speed for this series ranged from 132 to 750 knots. Results of the program to date have demonstrated that the B seat, as developed, will provide a reliable upward escape system for today's supersonic aircraft pilots. To date, this is the only type seat that has been successfully ejected from a sled-simulated aircraft cockpit at supersonic airspeed, and remained aerodynamically stable and maintained accelerations within human tolerance. The sled tests showed that the configurations were stable over a speed range extending from 132 to 750 knots. It is felt that the operating principles of the B seat may be extended to much higher speed while maintaining good low-level, low-speed performance. In 1959, the B seat will go into hardware production for installation in tactical F-106 interceptor aircraft. Initial F-106 armament phases and test programs are conducted at the Missile Development Center at Holloman Air Force Base, New Mexico. The activities here have fallen into 2 general categories: those involving Convair armament subsystems testing, and those involving a joint contractor Air Force effort to harmonize the overall system. The Convair aircraft, numbers 458 and 460, were engaged in MB-1 ejection and ballistic studies, and Falcon missile launching evaluations. The MB-1 ejection and ballistics program comprised a series of tests to demonstrate the compatibility of the unguided nuclear warhead rocket and the ejection system of the F-106. Prior to any live firings from an aircraft, inert rockets were ejected under various flight conditions. These tests determined rocket separation characteristics, but indicated that at a high Q condition, the rockets had high nose-up characteristics. This was corrected by a baffle and a 2-inch shorter stroke for the aft gun. Live motored rocket tests were made next to obtain clearance of the F-106A flight envelope. To date, MB-1s have been ejected on this program at speeds from Mach 0.9 to Mach 2 and over an altitude range of 10,000 to over 50,000 feet. The MB-1 ejection launcher proved efficient and highly reliable through repeated firings. The AD program, or Armament and Aircraft Weapons Control System Development Program, is a joint effort among the Air Force, Convair, Hughes, and Douglas. Among the primary objectives of this program was the flight operation of the highly advanced fire control system, the MA-1, designed and built by Hughes Aircraft. This MA-1 system is composed of many subsystems, each in itself a complex system. Search and tracking radar, digital computer, communications system, navigational aid components, landing system aids, automatic flight control systems to be activated when cleared, and the armament auxiliary equipment. The MB-1 manual firing phase was started in December of 1958. 3 successful firings were made at an altitude of 20,000 feet and at a speed of Mach 1.25 against manned targets. The AD program provided the necessary changes required to give proven capability to tactical type F-106s in manual mode MB-1 firings. The accomplishments of the F-106 all-weather supersonic interceptor in its armament and in all flight testing to date has lived up to every design prediction.
Convair Division of General Dynamics received authorization on 12 February 1969 to proceed with the design, fabrication, installation, and testing of the General Electric M61A1 20mm Vulcan gun system and of a clear-top canopy. F-106A, serial number 580795, arrived at the San Diego facility on 17 February, and the design and aircraft modifications were initiated in our experimental building. The gun and accessories are palletized and enclosed in a structural box suspended from the aft center missile bay roof. This location was selected to eliminate engine inlet ingestion problems associated with other aircraft gun installations. The structural enclosure has an opening in the forward bulkhead for the ram air inlet, with the ram air scoop located in the environmental compartment door. This ram air system operates whenever gun firing is initiated and performs continuously for 30 seconds after firing shutdown. A double-ended, closed-loop, linkless ammunition feed system is used. Empty cases and cleared rounds are returned to the ammunition drum rather than being ejected during firing. The drum holds 650 rounds of 20mm ball, armor-piercing incendiary, or high-explosive incendiary ammunition. The entrance chute feeds ammunition to the breech, with the exit chute returning empty cases to the drum. Installation of the gun system in a structural box provides a means of isolating gun components from the missile bay and facilitates environmental conditioning during firing. Installing the gun necessitates removal of the Air-2A capability but does not affect the AIM-4 system. During Convair's testing, the forward AIM-4 missiles and launchers were removed to make space for the instrumentation. Aft missile bay inner doors were modified to close on the sides of the gun compartment. Missile bay doors forward of the gun muzzle were also modified to prevent damage from gun blast. Other modifications included a 27-gallon per minute Vickers hydraulic pump in the secondary system to provide sufficient hydraulic flow to set the gunfire rate at 4,300 shots per minute. An optical reflex gun sight, consisting of components from several different gun sight models, was provided from Air Force inventory and was mounted to the forward windshield frame support. The design, fabrication, and installation of the gun system and canopy were completed on 23 July 1969, and the aircraft was ferried to Edwards Air Force Base for ground and flight testing on 6 August 1969. From 8 through 12 August, the aircraft's instrumentation subsystem and ground support instrumentation systems for recording temperatures, pressures, and load stress parameters were set up at the Edwards Air Force Base 1,000-foot gun butts, and initial testing started. Initial ammunition loadings and proofing of gun firing procedures were conducted, and the first ground firing of 100-round bursts was accomplished on 13 August. An 8mm bore sight target was placed 1,000 inches forward of the gun muzzle. This target is utilized to align the gun with aircraft geometry for proper bore sighting and includes corrections for throw and dwell, which are associated with gun firing dynamics. The gun was fired through the 1,000-inch bore sight target into the 14 by 14-foot target at a range of 1,000 feet. Of the rounds fired, 95 to 99% were within an 8-foot diameter bullseye on this target. Ground test firings progressed from 100 through 200, 400, 500, and 650 round bursts. Due to the shooting system and the final rounds clearing cycle, the gun fires 625 shots out of 650 rounds loaded. On 25 August, the final ground firing of 625 rounds was conducted, with the aircraft's engine running and with the gun controlled from the cockpit. Prior to receipt of the gun at Convair, 17,784 rounds were fired through this system for reliability and proofing tests at the General Electric Armament Facility at Burlington, Vermont. During Convair's ground test program, 4,113 rounds of ball ammunition were fired. A combined total of 21,897 rounds were fired through the system before proceeding with the flight test phase. Ammunition was loaded at the Edwards Air Force Base hot gun line in preparation for the first flight on 27 August. A complete complement of 650 rounds of ball ammunition was linked together as a continuous belt on the ammunition cart. Gun loading was accomplished with a pneumatic loader. The gun could also be loaded hydraulically with power supplied by the engine running at idle. As ammunition is received into the gun system, the loading links are ejected overboard and retained for future use. Upon completion of the loading sequence, the fairing door was secured and the aircraft was ready for its first gun-firing flight. The symbols on the F-106A flight envelope indicate the actual altitude and airspeed gun firing parameters successfully conducted by Convair. Altitude, 3,000 to 35,000 feet. Mach number, 0.6 to 1.9. Calibrated airspeed, 165 to 690 knots. The F-106 gun system performs successfully at the aircraft's design load factors of -3G to +7G, and during maximum side slips, hinge moment limit turns, and in simulated aerial combat maneuvers. The superior flight performance of the F-106 above 35,000 feet was not demonstrated during this feasibility program, as the parameters of Mach and temperatures above this test altitude are redundant. Following are selected sequences from the 9 test flights conducted for data acquisition. After 25 minutes of cold soak, the first firing of 610 rounds in a continuous burst was conducted over the Pacific Missile Range at 35,000 feet, 0.6 Mach. Altitude 25,000 feet, 1.1 Mach, while firing 90 rounds. The camera speed is 250 frames per second, therefore the gun action is slowed considerably. Gun gas trails aft and away from the engine inlets and is not a problem with this installation. Here, the aircraft is in a -1G pushover at 35,000 feet altitude, 0.92 Mach, while firing an 87-round burst. Altitude 25,000 feet, 1.1 Mach, while firing a 193-round burst. A 90-round firing at a calibrated airspeed of 165 knots at 10,000 feet. The clear-top canopy consists of a one-piece, 3/4-inch thick cast acrylic enclosure formed to extend over the top with the sides bulged to the pilot's head. This acrylic enclosure fits into modified existing canopy structure and is interchangeable with the production canopy assembly. In order to meet the stringent schedule and cost commitments of this program, the canopy was cleared for unpressurized flight only and was restricted to 25,000 feet altitude at a speed of 660 knots calibrated. Firing 197 rounds with a clear-top canopy installed was accomplished at 25,000 feet, 1.5 Mach, 660 knots calibrated. A total of 5,237 rounds were fired during Convair's flight test program. A cumulative total of 27,134 rounds were expended during all phases of testing. 2 AIM-4 missiles were carried in the aft bay during a series of flights. Firing of the M61A1 gun does result in an increase in the vibration level imposed on the launch rail of the AIM-4 missiles. This increased vibration level is, however, significantly below the level imposed by the turbulent airstream when the missiles are extended to their normal launch position. A total of 7.5 months were required from go-ahead to the delivery of the aircraft to Tyndall Air Force Base on 25 September, 4 days ahead of schedule. Successful completion of the M61A1 gun and clear-top canopy test program is signified by the Victory Roll.
A parched and forbidding wasteland to those who've journeyed through it over the years, the Western Mojave is a harsh, inhospitable land of sometimes stunning contrasts. A land of bone-chilling nights and griddle-hot days, of violent dust storms and mesmerizing sunsets. The primitive landscape is dominated by one truly remarkable feature. When she first gazed upon it early in this century, homesteader Jeanette Darr said of it, "I thought it was the jumping-off place of creation, that curiously flat wasteland called Dry Lake." Many years later, however, aviation pioneer General Albert Boyd would call it God's gift to the Air Force. First formed in the Pleistocene epoch, Rogers Dry Lake is one of nature's most unique creations. The flattest and hardest of all natural landforms, its parched clay and silt surface undergoes a timeless cycle of renewal each year, as water from winter storms is swept back and forth by desert winds, smoothing it out to an almost glass-like flatness. Spreading out over 65 square miles, it is the largest geological formation of its kind in the world. The open spaces of the high desert, its isolation, arid climate, the clear blue skies overhead, and, most importantly, the vast expanse of lake bed, were what caught the attention of then Lieutenant Colonel Hap Arnold when in 1933 he was looking about for a bombing and gunnery range for his Marchfield squadrons. Where others had seen a curiously flat wasteland, Hap Arnold saw a natural airfield. In September of that year, a small contingent of troops arrived at the spot then called Muroc and laid out a bombing and gunnery range along the east shore of the lake bed. For the troops who comprised the Muroc Range Maintenance Detachment throughout the 30s, the place had little to offer. Theirs would be a tough, hard-scrabble existence, life in a primitive tent camp community, long days of back-breaking work, with few of the conveniences of civilization, and even fewer diversions to relieve the tedium of their daily routines. Their isolation seemed so complete, in fact, that among locals it came to be known as the Foreign Legion of the Army Air Corps. Their lonely exile was periodically interrupted, however, as flying units came in for training exercises. Among the first to arrive was a young captain named Ira Aker, commander of the 95th Pursuit Squadron, and, a decade later, the entire 8th Air Force. He was followed by countless others, as the remote bombing and gunnery range more than lived up to Hap Arnold's expectations. Indeed, by 1941, Muroc had become a regular stop for the men who'd guide American air power through the perilous times ahead. By that time, though most of the range maintenance detachments still lived in tents, a new, more permanent facility was rising up across the lake bed. And while training exercises proceeded, there were other activities taking place almost unnoticed, which were harbingers of things to come. John Northup had been flight testing his M1M Jeep, his first true flying wing, at Muroc since 1940. By the late fall of 1941, a primitive sled track had been built on the lake bed, where small, remotely controlled aircraft were being ground tested. Not far away, an exotic-looking, semi-tailless airplane was undergoing taxi tests. The airplane was the Curtiss Wright CW-24B, a full-scale wood and fabric flying mock-up for a proposed interceptor. Now all but forgotten, the CW-24B lifted off from the parched surface of the lake bed for the first time on December 2, 1941, thereby becoming the first of more than 100 airplanes that would complete their maiden flights at this out-of-the-way place on the high desert. 5 days later, the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, and Muroc suddenly erupted with activity as troops and flying units from all over the country hastily assembled there. Barracks, hangars, mess halls, and other facilities, marvels of tar paper wire and wood, as one of the troops called them, went up almost overnight on what became known as South Base. And in July of 1942, Muroc Army Air Base finally became a separate post. Its primary mission was to provide final combat training for fighter and bomber crews, and throughout the war years, thousands of young men would pass through it just prior to overseas deployment. It was at Muroc in 1942, for example, that Lieutenant Colonel Curtis LeMay first assembled and trained his famed 305th Bomb Group, molding it into a legendary fighting unit which set new standards for effectiveness in the mighty 8th Air Force. And it was to Muroc late in the war that by then Major General LeMay would send the cream of his 21st Air Force for B-29 bait crew training as they prepared for the final assault on Japan. It was at Muroc these crews perfected their ability to navigate over vast distances and employ their bombing equipment with the kind of pinpoint accuracy which would have such a decisive impact on the outcome of the Pacific War. A much different type of mission had gotten underway at a restricted area just 6 miles to the north. There, at a top-secret test site, the crated pieces of a radically new type of aircraft were unloaded from boxcars on September 19, 1942, and over the next 10 days it was hastily assembled. The airplane was the Bell XP-59A Era Comet, and on October 2nd, Bell test pilot Bob Stanley launched America into the jet age as he lifted off from the lake bed. Testing continued over the next 2 years, and though the P-59 disappointingly lacked the performance of the best prop-driven fighters of the day, it nevertheless represented a start, the first of a long series of airplanes that would make the high desert base synonymous with the turbojet revolution in America. Indeed, the availability of the enormous lake bed made it almost inevitable. The development of the turbojet engine introduced a host of new problems. The new power plants were woefully underpowered, and thus the new jets required exceptionally long takeoff rolls. More critically still, the temperamental engines flamed out, and if pilots couldn't recover from engine stalls, their only hope was close proximity to a spacious airfield where they could attempt dead-stick landings. With miles and miles of available runways extending in every direction, the lake bed offered the most spacious landing field in the world. Throughout the decades ahead, it would be a welcome haven for countless pilots in distress. Thus, while the major training mission continued throughout the war, a growing number of aircraft, conventional airplanes such as the P-38 Lightning and the Lockheed Constellation, unconventional prototypes such as Northrop's XP-56 Black Bullet, purely experimental aircraft such as the N-9M, and the rocket-powered MX-324, had even captured enemy aircraft such as the Me-163 Comet and the HE-162 Volksjäger, were also undergoing flight test evaluations at the rapidly expanding North Base facility. In January of 1944, a major milestone occurred when a new Lockheed jet-powered prototype, the XP-80, lifted off for its maiden flight. Demonstrating the truly remarkable advances that had been made in little more than a year since the XP-59's first flight. This impressive airplane was the prototype for America's first combat-worthy jet fighter, the P-80 Shooting Star. Where the P-59 had been outperformed by prop-driven fighters, the P-80 demonstrated in tests at Muroc that it could successfully attack bomber formations even when outnumbered 6-1 by the very best of the conventional fighters, and it convinced everyone that the Air Force would have to undergo a rapid transition into jet propulsion. The remarkable potential of that transition was underscored in June of 1947, when Colonel Albert Boyd returned the world speed record to America for the first time in 24 years, as he sped to more than 623 miles per hour over a course above the lake bed in a modified P-80R. It was the first of some 14 world speed records that would be set at the base over the next 18 years. But Boyd and other Air Force officials had set their sights much higher than speed records. As he stood proudly on the ramp that day, he'd already made a decision which would dramatically alter the future course of aviation and indeed aerospace history. For he'd chosen the pilot and test crew who'd challenged the so-called and much dreaded sound barrier. The X-1 program was the first in a long series of X or experimental programs They were designed to prove or disprove concepts, to probe the most challenging unknowns of flight and solve their mysteries. It was conceived in response to a new and terrifying phenomenon which fighter pilots had first encountered during the recent war. Pushing over into steep dives, they found themselves at speeds of 500 miles per hour and into the unknown region of transonic flight, where the effects of compressibility, loss of control, and structurally devastating aerodynamic loads began to take over with often deadly consequences. The new jet engines promised even higher speeds, speeds passing through the transonic and even perhaps into the supersonic region. The critical question was, could a piloted airplane be designed and built which could survive in it? The aircraft designed to make the assault was the bullet-shaped, rocket-powered Bell X-1, and the man who would try to fly it through the sonic wall was a young Air Force captain named Chuck Yeager. Assisted by a team from Bell and the NACA, the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, he and project engineer Captain Jackie Ridley had a lot on their minds as Yeager edged his way cautiously toward Mach 1 throughout the fall of 1947. Military test pilots at that time didn't get many opportunities to fly such hazardous, experimental programs. Thus he felt he had a lot to prove as the B-29 lifted off for his 9th powered flight on the morning of October 14th. He'd already flown out to Mach 0.997, just a hair's breadth away from the sonic wall, and yet what lay ahead was still a mystery, and there were still many who thought that what he was attempting was tantamount to suicide. At 20,000 feet, the X-1 was released. Igniting the chambers of his rocket engine, Yeager began to climb. Then, at 43,000 feet, the X-1 shot through the sound barrier and remained supersonic for about 20 seconds. The sharp double crack of his sonic boom that morning signaled the dawn of a remarkable era during which a high desert outpost called Muroc would become identified with the most daring concepts in aviation. And it triggered a series of events which would ultimately vault man beyond the atmosphere and into space. But first, the remarkable potential of the turbojet engine had to be realized, and there were perplexing challenges to be overcome before that could happen. Not only were the early engines underpowered, they also consumed enormous quantities of fuel, and this severely limited range capability. Turboprops offered an attractive alternative, but the XP-81's performance simply couldn't match that promised by pure jet configurations. The XF-85 embodied the so-called parasite concept. Designed to be carried in the bomb bay of a heavy bomber, it would be carried deep into enemy territory, released, chase off enemy interceptors, and then return and hook up with the mother ship. On the first hookup attempt, however, the test pilot was nearly decapitated. And though a successful hookup was ultimately accomplished, the idea wasn't really practical. Another solution was to build big fighters, which could carry vast quantities of fuel. But this was a self-defeating solution, producing increased weight and drag, which imposed unacceptable performance penalties. Thus, most of the long procession of fighter prototypes that were put through their paces at Muroc during the post-war years represented little more than transitional designs, as engine designers tried to build more powerful and fuel-efficient engines, and aircraft designers struggled to develop airframes that could optimize their potential. Most of the new prototypes were overweight, underpowered, and during a time of dramatic technological breakthroughs, already obsolete compared to new designs then coming off the drawing boards. The North American XF-86 was by far the most successful of these transitional designs. The first American jet to employ swept wings to delay the onset of compressibility and enhance high-speed maneuverability, it was already diving to supersonic speeds just 6 months after it first flew in October of 1947. And it went on to enjoy a better than 10-to-1 kill ratio against enemy fighters in hostile skies over Korea. Post-war bomber development ran into many of the same problems encountered by the fighter programs. Most of the new prototype bombers on the ramp at Muroc represented early attempts to blend the new turbojet technology with conventional aerodynamic designs. In fact, America's first jet bomber, the Douglas XB-43, resulted from a simple, straightforward modification of the piston-engined XB-42. Graceful and streamlined, the XB-46 was already considered obsolete when it arrived at Muroc at the end of its first flight in April of 1947. And the robust B-45, though it went into operational service, was, from the very outset, never intended to serve as anything more than an interim bomber. As with the fighters, first true advance came with the introduction of swept wings on Boeing's B-47. Capable of speeds in excess of 600 miles per hour, this airplane was developed into the thoroughbred of the Air Force's post-war bomber fleet. The most radical design by far, however, was Northrop's Mammoth flying wing. Originally designed with a complicated system of pusher props and designated the XB-35, it was ultimately reconfigured with jets and transformed into the majestic YB-49. The culmination of Northrop's attempts to build a pure flying wing, it represented a bold leap into the future, which those who saw it knifing its way through the skies over Muroc would never forget. One of its test pilots was a young Californian named Captain Glenn Edwards. Along with Major Dan Forbes, he was flying one of the prototypes in June of 1948 when it broke apart in the sky northwest of the base. All 5 crew members were lost. In December of 1949, Muroc Air Force Base was renamed in honor of the young test pilot. As the base entered the 50s, the tempo increased dramatically. A wide variety of new types and models of aircraft appeared on the flight line every year, as Edwards became known as the place where the rubber meets the ramp. It had long since become the de facto center of American flight research, and in June of 1951, that status was finally recognized officially as the base was designated the U.S. Air Force Flight Test Center, and a $120 million master plan was implemented to build an entirely new main base complex north of the existing facility. But the mission went far beyond flight testing. At the north end of the lake bed, tests were being run on a 2,000-foot deceleration track, where Colonel John Stapp and his team of aeromedical researchers were studying the human body's tolerance for G-forces and developing safety equipment that would save countless lives. Using himself as a test subject, Stapp ultimately proved that when properly restrained, the human body is amazingly resilient, as he went on to survive a 45G deceleration. The world's fastest railroad was in operation at the south end of the lake bed, likened to an outdoor wind tunnel because everything, airfoils and aerodynamic shapes to ejection systems and other aircraft components, could be tested in real-world conditions. The 10,000-foot high-speed sled track permitted speeds of more than 1,500 miles per hour. While the rocket sled blistered across the flatlands below, another, much different enterprise was getting underway, high on a granite ridge overlooking the lake bed. At the Air Force's captive missile test site, the ground quaked to the massive roar of the rocket engines that would begin to launch America into the space age. Back in the 30s and 40s, men had come to Muroc to train for combat. In the early 50s, they started coming to train as test pilots. By the time the Air Force's Experimental Test Pilot School moved from Wright-Patterson Air Force Base to Edwards in 1951, the role of the test pilot had undergone a radical change from the pre-jet era. The job had always required exceptional precision flying skills, keen powers of observation, coolness under pressure, and the ability to fly a mission exactly as planned. But the young pilots of the 50s faced a much more complex situation. The arrival of the jet engine, along with an incredible proliferation of onboard systems, had greatly magnified the difficulties inherent in the job. In addition to new problems of stability and control, the high-speed envelope left a much smaller margin for error. The amount of time in which to make critical decisions was dramatically compressed, and the ever-increasing complexity of the aircraft gave test pilots a lot more to think about. Thus, in addition to exceptional flying skills, applicants to the school now had to have solid engineering backgrounds. And once they entered, they were subjected to an increasingly rigorous academic curriculum before they got the opportunity to learn the intricacies of performance testing, where they had to learn to control airspeed to the nearest knot and hold their altitude at extraordinarily precise levels, to define how far, how fast, and how efficiently an airplane could fly. They went on to learn how to evaluate the subtle nuances of aircraft stability and control, and the often breathtaking intangibles of spin testing, where they had to learn the art of dispassionate data collection while gyrating and plummeting toward an onrushing lake bed. There was no dearth of qualified applicants, because by the early 50s, a whole mystique had grown up about Edwards. It had become a mecca for the very best. Men like Yeager, Tony LeVere, Bob Hoover, Bill Bridgman, Scott Crossfield, Pete Everest, and Fitz Fulton. In an age fascinated by higher, faster, farther, these men won worldwide acclaim. A great many others, waltzing day after day, rode on the cutting edge of calamity, didn't. But they came nevertheless, because if it was new, if it was fast, if it was unconventional, it was at Edwards, and it was there that they could pit their skills against the very best among their peers. Then as now, test pilots were intensely competitive. If not always cocky, they were supremely self-confident. They had to be. And they were courageous. They were also disciplined and cautious, always methodically calculating the odds. They were not careless. They couldn't afford to be. There wasn't any margin for error in their business. Knowledge and careful preparation were survival tools. The popular image of the devil-may-care test pilot, raising hell all night and breaking records the next morning, was largely a fiction of tabloid journalism. As Chuck Yeager once so aptly put it,
"You can't hoot with the owls all night and fly with the eagles all day. It just don't work that way."
But competitive? Yes. By late 1953, the NACA's Scott Crossfield had already taken the Navy's D-558 Phase II Douglas skyrocket out to Mach 1.96. Pretty good for an airplane which hadn't been designed to fly that fast. But he wanted that next magic number, Mach 2, and he knew that just down the flight line, Yeager was preparing to fly the X-1A, which had been designed to easily exceed that speed. On November 20th, he went up knowing it would be his last chance, and flying an extraordinarily precise profile, he was able to hit Mach 2.005 in a shallow dive. 3 weeks later, Yeager went up intending to obliterate his rival's new record. And indeed he did. But shortly after hitting Mach 2.44, 1,650 miles per hour, he encountered something terrifyingly new as the X-1A tumbled violently out of control. It was called inertial coupling. The X-1A was literally spinning about all three of its axes. Somehow, after tumbling downward wildly for more than 40,000 feet, he recovered to level flight, and with superb flying skill, brought the airplane back to fly another day. And just 8 months later, Major Kit Murray flew it up above 90,000 feet. Their records would stand for less than 3 years. By July of 1956, Lieutenant Colonel Pete Everest had flown the Bell X-2 all the way out to Mach 2.87, where he began to encounter the effects of aerodynamic heating. But he warned of serious stability problems at that speed. Then, in early September, Captain Ivan Kinchlow claimed a new altitude mark as he climbed above 126,000 feet. 3 weeks later, on his first flight in a rocket airplane, Captain Mel App took it up for an assault on Mach 3. He sped to Mach 3.2 that day, more than 2,000 miles per hour, and became the fastest man alive, but only for brief moments. Shortly after hitting top speed, the X-2 spun violently out of control. Bitten, like Jaeger, by inertial coupling, App struggled gamely to recover the craft. His efforts were in vain. Mach 3 had been conquered, but at a terrible price. Not all of the research involved rocket planes. The Air Force, along with the NACA, conducted a whole series of programs with exotic research vehicles. The XF-92A demonstrated the feasibility of the Delta Wing and introduced pilots to the touchiness of hydraulically boosted, irreversible flight controls. The needle-nose X-3 Flying Stiletto was ultimately used to explore the problem of high-speed instability. The X-4 Bantam studied the transonic flying qualities of the swept-wing, semi-tailless design. The X-5 demonstrated the performance advantages to be gained by sweeping the wings forward and aft in flight, a concept that would later bear fruit in the design of several frontline combat aircraft. And the unmanned Mach 2 X-10 laid the foundation for remote control of a variety of high-performance air vehicles. Runway vulnerability had long been a major concern. Project Zelmo, for zero-length launch and matte landing, was one of the solutions posed to deal with it. The Zell part proved feasible. Strap a rocket booster on the belly of an F-84, ignite it, and 2.5 seconds later, you're safely airborne. But the MAL part proved just a little more difficult. Zelmo was not the answer. What was needed were true VTOL, or vertical takeoff and landing airplanes. Powered by counter-rotating props, the XF-V1 was supposed to take off or land vertically and transition to conventional flight. Though capable of in-flight transitions, it never achieved either a vertical takeoff or landing. But the jet-powered X-13 Vertijet successfully demonstrated both. And by proving that VTOL flight was possible on jet thrust alone, it opened up a whole new arena of flight. All of the esoteric data from the research programs was applied to the development of new operational designs, and the 50s finally saw the culmination of the turbojet revolution with the development of aircraft which embodied a mature blending of efficient turbojet propulsion and streamlined aerodynamic design. This was nowhere more evident than with the arrival of the famous Century series of truly supersonic fighters. The F-100 Super Sabre, the F-101 Voodoo, the 102 Delta Dagger, the Mach 2 F-104 Starfighter, F-105 Thunder Chief, later known more simply as the Thud, F-106 Delta Dart, hailed as the ultimate interceptor, and the F-107 Ultra Sabre, the only Century fighter not to go into operational service. These truly spectacular airplanes defined the basic speed and altitude envelopes for fighters for the rest of the century. And yet each of them also arrived at Edwards with critical flaws, which required years of patient effort to eliminate. But of course, that's always been the purpose of flight testing. High-performance fighters were only part of the story. Test pilots and engineers refined the capabilities of everything, from a new turboprop heavy freighter, the C-133, to the extremely agile and versatile C-130, a classic design which would become the model for tactical transports, and the first jet-powered tanker, KC-135, which would remain in service until well into the next century, as well as a new, truly intercontinental strategic bomber, the YB-52, which would provide the safety net of nuclear deterrence for more than a generation. And, by the end of the decade, the sleek B-58 Hustler, the Delta Wing bomber, which would establish some speed and time to climb records which still have yet to be broken. As the 60s opened, a group of pilots were undergoing zero-G and other types of training at Edwards. They'd go on to win celebrity status as the Mercury astronauts. They were the first of 3 groups of astronauts whose exploits would remain front-page news as they were catapulted into space in cone-shaped capsules. But there was another group of pilots at Edwards who would make the journey by much different means, in a rocket-powered airplane, the North American X-15. Had the decade opened, Scott Crossfield, who had helped design the airplane, was completing its flight worthiness demonstration in preparation for the combined Air Force, NASA, and Navy program, which would probe the unknowns of hypersonic and near-space flight. Then, within the brief span of 8 months in 1961, the X-15's awesome potential was finally unleashed, as it became the first aircraft to exceed Mach 4, 5, and 6. The pilot who made each of those flights, Major Robert M. White, was also the first to fly it in space, as he climbed above 300,000 feet the following year. And, in August of 1963, NASA's Joe Walker took it all the way up to 354,000 feet, 67 miles above the Earth's surface, a record which still stands. 12 men flew the X-15. 8 of them became astronauts by flying an airplane through space. And one of them would go on to become the first man to set foot on the moon. But the program wasn't free of incident. In November of 1962, for example, NASA's Jack McKay lost power shortly after launch and was forced to attempt an emergency landing on Mud Lake in Nevada with nearly full fuel tanks and without landing flaps. At touchdown, the left gear failed. McKay survived the incident, but the airplane looked like a total loss. It was resurrected, however, as the X-15A2, and with a pair of jettisonable external fuel tanks to enable it to reach for higher speeds, and covered with a thermal protection coating, protected from the 2,000-degree heat expected at those speeds. Major Pete Knight took it all the way out to Mach 6.7, 4,520 miles per hour, one day in October of 1967. But at a speed more than twice that of a .50 caliber bullet, the thermal protection failed, permitting torch-like hypersonic air to incinerate parts of the ventral tail. And only by dint of his exceptional piloting skills was he able to bring it safely back. Charred by its wild ride through the inferno of re-entry, it would never fly again. And Pete Knight's record still remains the highest speed at which any man has ever flown in an airplane. As the pace of the space program gained momentum, there were all kinds of related activities at Edwards. At the NASA facility, for instance, they were testing an ungainly-looking machine, which symbolized one of man's greatest aspirations, the Lunar Landing Research Vehicle. And at the Test Pilot School, renamed the Aerospace Research Pilot School, students were now introduced to such arcane subjects as thermodynamics, orbital mechanics, and bioastronautics, and given training in a wide variety of machines designed to simulate various spaceflight conditions. The training they received served them well, and a great many of them, like Jim McDivitt, Frank Borman, and Michael Collins, would go on to make their marks in space. Spaceflight captured the nation's imagination, but the Flight Test Center was still in business to evaluate airplanes. A new supersonic trainer, the T-38 Talon. A rugged new fighter, the F-4 Phantom II, which went on to become a mainstay of the Tactical Air Command. A pair of new transports, the C-141 Starlifter, and its big brother, the gargantuan C-5A Galaxy. And a new Mach 2 fighter bomber, the swing-winged F-111. While those who tested these airplanes didn't get much publicity, their work could be every bit as thrilling as a Mach 5 re-entry in the X-15.
Okay, it's spinning. That's a sit. Okay, it's a spin. Yeah. Okay, now go ahead.
It looks like a better right. Yeah. Out of this. Out of the fall right. There was already some of the fall. Okay. Wait a minute. Keep the stick forward. Forward. Going back into the pan, I think. Yeah, I think it is. All right. Ready, pan, and forward the thing. Now it's covered. You got it. You got it. Ready to quite the story. Fan shit. Let's go shoot before I came out. Shoot for you. You got it. Shoot for you. You got it. You got it. You have made 14. You had this.
There were a pair of aircraft whose incredibly advanced capabilities still dazzled the imagination. The mammoth 500,000-pound XB-70 Valkyrie was almost routine, flown at Mach 3 speeds and altitudes of 70,000 feet. More impressive still was the mysterious YF-12 Blackbird. Predecessor of the legendary SR-71, this remarkable airplane was able to cruise for extended periods at speeds in excess of Mach 3 and at altitudes somewhere above 80,000 feet. On a single day at Edwards in May of 1965, it set no less than 9 world speed and altitude records without in any way taxing its full potential. While some pilots cruised along at better than 2,000 miles per hour, others explored the concept of laminar flow control, the elimination of drag-inducing boundary layer turbulence over the wings of the X-21A. And still others continued to study VTOL flight. The experimental X-18 tilt-wing aircraft spawned the much more ambitious XC-142. Pilots could transition its entire wing and engine assembly to the vertical for takeoff, and then to the horizontal for conventional flight. Though a feasible concept, the future still seemed to lie with jet thrust, and the XB-5 employed that thrust to drive counter-rotating fans within its wings to create vertical lift. More radical still, the XB-6A Kestrel relied upon vector thrust, provided by its powerful turbofan engine and channeled through rotating nozzles. The technology so ably demonstrated by this experimental airplane would be applied directly to the design of the successful Harrier and AV-8 combat aircraft of today. It was called the Flying Bathtub. Fabricated from steel tubing and plywood, the M2F1 was the first in a series of curious-looking, wingless craft that descended to landings on Rogers Dry Lake from the mid-60s through the early 70s. They were called lifting bodies, and subsequent designs, such as the M2F2, HL-10, X-24A, and X-24B, were all metal and rocket-powered. They were used to determine whether or not, through the use of energy management techniques, these low-lift-to-drag shapes could make precision landings after high-speed, unpowered, gliding descents from high altitudes. The descents in these craft, NASA's Milt Thompson noted, were so rapid that the lake bed rushes up towards you like a straight arm from a fullback. Nevertheless, they demonstrated that they could indeed make precision landings, even on concrete runways, with remarkable touchdown accuracies. And in doing so, they made a signal contribution to the American space effort because they validated the approach and landing techniques that would later be employed by the first true spaceships, the Space Shuttle. Edwards witnessed the beginning of a new revolution during the 70s. Whereas in the past, the emphasis had been on making airplanes fly faster and higher, now it was on making them fly more efficiently. A wide array of new aerodynamic concepts and sophisticated systems based on high-speed computers made this possible. In the early 70s, NASA modified an F-8 Crusader to explore a new aerodynamic concept, the supercritical wing. Flattened on top, tapering downward at the trailing edge, the thin wing promised enormous performance advantages, permitting jetliners to increase their speeds while burning less fuel. The success of this program gave rise to the NASA Air Force F-111 transonic aircraft program, in which the concept was explored for possible military applications. The advent of compact, high-speed digital computers enabled NASA to explore the potential of fly-by-wire flight controls on another modified F-8. In addition to their speed and light weight, constantly active controls combined with electronic sensors could provide artificial stability, and thus relieve designers of the burden of having to build inherently stable aircraft, and focus instead on peak performance and agility. The Air Force went on to pursue the logic of the electronics revolution with the Digitac A-7 aircraft, which provided the pilot with selectable control modes, each of them tailored to optimize the craft's tracking and handling qualities for a specific weapons delivery task, such as bombing, or air-to-air, or air-to-ground gunnery. The advantages conferred by these and other new technologies were quickly applied to new operational designs. The YF-16 Fighting Falcon, for example, was the first to employ digital fly-by-wire, which permitted it to be inherently unstable and thus far more responsive and agile than any other fighter of its generation. It also permitted the F-16 to be used as a testbed to investigate newer control-configured concepts, which could be applied to future generation fighter designs. While the YF-16 had bested the twin-engine YF-17 in the Air Force's competition for a lightweight fighter, the YF-17, impressive in its own right, would ultimately be developed into the Navy's very successful FA-18 Hornet. Dramatic breakthroughs in metallurgy and propulsion technology permitted the new F-15 Eagle to be configured with engines whose thrust, for the first time, exceeded the aircraft's weight. The first Air Force fighter designed specifically for the air superiority role since the legendary F-86, its unparalleled performance, combined with its vast array of sophisticated radar and fire control systems, provided it with an unparalleled combat capability. It had also been years since the Air Force had dedicated an aircraft solely to close air support. That gap was filled in the early 70s when the YA-9 flew head-to-head against the YA-10 in a competition ultimately won by the A-10. Literally built around a 30mm cannon, the Thunderbolt II was developed into a combat system capable of delivering awesomely destructive firepower. While test pilots at Edwards evaluated the capabilities of a new advanced tanker cargo aircraft, the wide-body KC-10 Extender, flight researchers were also investigating the future of air transport with the YC-14 and 15. A pair of short takeoff and landing technology demonstrators embodying the latest concepts in aerodynamics, propulsion, and flight controls, which would be applied directly to the next generation of cargo aircraft. For the first time in more than 2 decades, the combat potential of a new intercontinental strategic bomber was also evaluated. The B-1A was designed to contend with the revolution in air defense technologies which had taken place since the late 50s. Instead of speed and altitude, elusiveness was now the key to the penetration of enemy airspace. And the terrain-hugging B-1 was designed to evade enemy radar by flying fast and low. Many said, however, that the day of the manned bomber was past, and in the late 70s it was canceled. But to paraphrase Mark Twain, all reports of the demise of the manned bomber and the B-1 were quite premature. For the interim, an old warhorse, the venerable B-52, was updated with new avionics, tested as a standoff launch platform for sophisticated air-launched cruise missiles capable of navigating on their own over hundreds of miles of terrain, hitting a target on the center's Utah Test and Training Range with pinpoint accuracy. It would never fly in space, or even exceed the speed of sound, but the Shuttle Enterprise set the stage for sister ships that would. Launched from atop a 747 jumbo jet, it would make a critical series of unpowered approach and landing tests at Edwards during 1977 that paved the way for man's first gliding descents from outer space. And indeed, just 4 years later, in April of 1981, Edwards once again became the scene of high drama as the Space Shuttle Columbia's wheels touched down on Rogers Dry Lake after it had passed through a fiery re-entry at more than 17,000 miles per hour halfway around the globe. The shuttles marked the dawn of a new era in space exploration, the era of reusable space vehicles, true spaceships, and it seemed only fitting that Edwards, where so much aerospace history had been made, where so much of the work that had made the shuttle possible had been accomplished, that Edwards should be the site of its milestone flights. While shuttle operations proceeded, flight researchers at Edwards continued to advance knowledge in the aeronautical realm throughout the 1980s, as they studied the characteristics of unique aircraft, such as NASA's scissor-winged AD-1, which was tested to explore the possible performance advantages to be gained by pivoting an airplane's entire wing while in flight. Benefiting from remarkable advances in composite materials, the X-29 soared on blade-thin wings that actually swept forward so that Air Force and NASA researchers could explore the configuration's potential for enhanced agility, better low-speed handling qualities, and lower stall speeds. The Advanced Fighter Technology Integration, or AFTI F-111, explored the performance advantages promised by a mission-adaptive wing. A flexible, absolutely smooth-surfaced, variable cambered wing, which could be configured to optimize maneuverability, performance, and fuel efficiency for each phase of the airplane's envelope. And the AFTI F-16, which incorporated features permitting it to fly as no other aircraft had ever flown. A triplex digital flight control system and forward-mounted canards, for example, that permitted it to turn without banking. A voice-actuated command system, an automated maneuvering attack system, and a host of other new technologies applicable to the whole spectrum of tactical combat operations. The Air Force's short takeoff and landing and maneuvering technology demonstrator F-15 was yet another one-of-a-kind testbed. Configured with two-dimensional thrust vectoring and reversing engine nozzles, it demonstrated much enhanced agility and dramatically improved STOL capabilities. Over the years, veteran test pilot Fitz Fulton had skillfully guided many a stricken ship to safe landings at Edwards. But in December of 1984, he was sitting in a cockpit on the ground as he intentionally guided a perfectly healthy 720 jetliner to a crash landing. The test was conducted to evaluate a fuel additive, which promised to prevent the ignition of massive fireballs. It obviously didn't work, and predictably, reporters called the test failure. They were wrong. Not only did it demonstrate the ineffectiveness of the additive, it also provided a wealth of information that would enhance flight safety in the future. One of the most spectacular events of the 80s, however, occurred not on the lake bed, but high over the Pacific, where Major Doug Pearson prepared to find the proverbial needle in a haystack as he launched a missile toward a satellite orbiting high overhead.
Eagle 06 is under recovery. Hey, how are you, beautiful? What of a bitch? Glad or that beautiful? That's the plane out over the sky and missile going up. Now, Hummer. I had to do one little roll anyway.
The anti-satellite missile scored a direct hit in a technological feat which might never again be duplicated. One-of-a-kind aircraft and events have become almost commonplace at Edwards over the years, but they represent only a small part of the center's workload. The primary job has always been to ensure that, if the need arises, American aircrews will go into combat with the most effective and reliable operational aircraft in the world. And it continued to meet this challenge as the capabilities of existing systems were refined and expanded, and as dynamic new capabilities, such as the Lantern system, were added. The painstaking development of this system at Edwards paid off dramatically, as Lantern proved it could deny adversaries the once comforting sanctuary of night. Because they're expected to have extended service lives, modern combat planes are designed with an enormous amount of growth potential, which will enable them to meet new requirements and keep up with the rapid pace of technological change. The modified F-16XL, for example, was proposed to meet a new requirement for a fighter combining air-to-air and interdiction capabilities. Its potential was compared with that of the twin-engine F-15 in an evaluation which ultimately resulted in the development of the new F-15E dual-role fighter, a craft which would go on to prove its remarkable combat effectiveness in the Persian Gulf. All airplanes, and especially highly sophisticated combat airplanes, suffer growing pains as they pass through the lengthy ordeal of development. The B-1B, revived in the early 80s, certainly had more than its share of critics throughout the decade, but it truly represented an amalgam of incredibly complex, state-of-the-art systems, and despite its critics, it was developed into the most potent penetrating bomber in the world. More impressive still, promising the ability to penetrate any airspace without the need for complex defensive avionics. The B-2 Advanced Technology Bomber was the first giant flying wing to soar over the base 4 decades. Its thin silhouette, compound curves, its stealth technology, promised the ultimate cloak of invisibility, even against the most sophisticated air defense radar systems. Like the turbojet engine 4 decades earlier, stealth technology promised to revolutionize the design and capabilities of combat aircraft. And as the Flight Test Center entered the 90s and began to face the tremendous technological challenges of the 21st century, it was engaged in the evaluation of a pair of competing designs which embodied the latest in that technology. The radically different appearance of the YF-22 and the YF-23 was really but a pale reflection of the quantum leap in capabilities which each represented. Built for stealth, they were also beneficiaries of the many technologies, innovative concepts, which had recently proven their worth in tests at Edwards. Indeed, they took them a step or more further and blended them into fighter prototypes whose stretched the imagination. To fighter jocks from any previous era, for example, the possibility that they could cruise at supersonic speeds without use of an afterburner was little more than a fantasy dream. In these aircraft, the dream became reality. Incredibly worthy opponents, only one could win. And in April 1991, the YF-22 was selected to project American air power into the 21st century as the Advanced Tactical Fighter. Flight testing such craft has become a remarkably complex operation. Where once, not so long ago, knee pads and pilot recall provided practically the only instrumentation, systems-intensive fighters are now instrumented for as many as 4,000 different parameters, and the data is telemetered instantly to the ground for analysis even before the pilot touches down. We're in an age of spiraling technology, especially in the burgeoning field of electronic systems, and this has created an information explosion which makes each flight test hour incredibly valuable and costly. To reduce those costs, the Flight Test Center has built up an impressive ground test capability in recent years, the largest anechoic chamber in the nation, a neighboring facility for integrated avionics testing, and a test and evaluation mission simulator. They comprise the core of the capability to thoroughly test a full range of onboard electronic systems on the ground before they're subjected to the real world of flight tests, where indeed they'll always still have to ultimately prove their worth. Edwards has been called a place where dreams take flight. And truly, for more than 40 years, the Air Force, indeed the whole world of aerospace, has continued to meet its future in the skies above its sprawling expanse. The history of the base is a kaleidoscope of images representing man's greatest achievements in flight. There's a special feeling that one gets there, an awareness of continuity. The lake bed remains a welcome haven for pilots in distress. An uncommon sense of achievement and tradition, unforgettable links, the legendary past, and an overpowering feeling of expectation, of a limitless future, and almost an article of faith, the belief that if it can happen, it will probably happen here. The story of Edwards, then, is a fabric woven of change and continuity, and so well symbolized in the Flight Test Center's logo. For the legend at its base, ad inexplorata, Latin for toward the unexplored, is really more than just a motto. It represents a bridge between its past, its present, and its future.
Aviation, the art of aeronautics, began with the dreamers, inventors, and daredevils who dared to defy gravity. The journey of aviation was nurtured by pioneers like the Wright brothers, whose first flight marked a historic milestone. The role of aircrafts in world wars was groundbreaking, dramatically changing warfare strategies. This initiated a technological evolution in aviation, transforming the simplistic wings of a biplane into the thunderous roar of jet engines. Let's journey through the ages of aviation. Behind every great aircraft, there were great minds. These visionaries, like Sir Frank Whittle, the innovator of the turbojet engine, redefined air travel. Then there's Skunkworks Kelly Johnson, the genius behind the SR-71 Blackbird. His designs combined speed, stealth, and power, crafting machines that dominated the heavens. The contributions of these pioneers have left an indelible mark on the canvas of aviation, shaping the course of history and inspiring generations of engineers and aviators. Each epoch in aviation history gave birth to extraordinary aircrafts, each with their own unique features and roles. The Lockheed SR-71 Blackbird was a marvel of speed and stealth. The F-105 Thunderchief, a supersonic fighter bomber, was vital in the Vietnam War. The P-51 Mustang, a long-range fighter, was critical in World War II. The P-47 Thunderbolt, a heavyweight fighter, was used extensively in the same war. The A-10 Thunderbolt II, the Warthog, is a close air support icon. The Messerschmitt Me-262 marked a leap forward in aviation technology. Each of these game changers were instrumental in their eras, and their legacies still resonate today. Beyond the game changers, there are those that have transcended their practical roles to become icons. The Concorde was not just an aircraft, it was a supersonic symbol of luxury and speed. The B-52 Stratofortress, a strategic bomber, is an icon of power and resilience. These magnificent machines and others like them have become much more than just aircrafts. They are enduring icons that encapsulate the audacious spirit, the relentless innovation, and the boundless ambition that define the world of aviation. For more amazing aerial footage, and to join us in this incredible journey, check out the DroneScapes YouTube channel.
If you enjoyed this video, please remember to like and subscribe. And as always, thank you for watching.
As one of the missing Century Series fighters, the XF-108 long-range interceptor had great promise. In the North American tradition, the F-108's sleek lines and graceful shape evoked a sense of speed and unbridled performance. The North American P-51 Mustang is undoubtedly one of the greatest fighter aircraft of World War II. Designed after the war began, it was produced in huge numbers and saw action on every front. Like the British Spitfire, the Mustang's sleek, purposeful lines and outstanding performance made it one of the most recognizable fighters of the Second World War. It was also the beginning of a long line of superb fighters built by the talented team at North American. North American Aviation is regarded as one of the great aircraft companies. Between 1935 and the 1960s, North American enjoyed a golden era of design and production. Led by James H. Dutch Kindleberger and John Leland Atwood, the list of successful North American aircraft is remarkable. When it came to fighter designs, North American produced some of the most impressive fighters of all time. The P-51 Mustang is considered by many to be the finest fighter of World War II. This was followed by the remarkable F-82 Twin Mustang, which saw action during the Korean War. When Soviet MiG-15s appeared over the skies of Korea, the US were ready with the outstanding F-86 Sabre. And as speeds increased, North American answered with the all-supersonic F-100 Super Sabre. It was an impressive record, but not all the fighters submitted by North American made it to production. Sadly, the company's last fighter design never made it past the mock-up stage. As one of the missing Century Series fighters, the XF-108 long-range interceptor had great promise. In the North American tradition, the F-108's sleek lines and graceful shape evoked a sense of speed and unbridled performance.
In September of 1958, I had been promoted to full colonel on my assignment in the Pentagon, and I asked for the assignment to be the program manager of the next fighter in development, which was the F-108. And my boss at that time, General Hal Estes, picked up the telephone and called Wright Field, discussed it with General Haugen, and in a matter of 5 minutes, I was then named the new program manager, which was in its early stage of development. It was the sister airplane to the B-70, the ex-B-70.
All modern fighters have their origins in a design requirement. Those conditions have many influences, and while not directly part of the XF-108 story, another development in the 1950s played a direct role in the history of the elusive Mach 3 interceptor. During World War II, radar proved vital for any effective air defense system. Ground-controlled intercepts became the norm and integral to both day and night fighter operations. After the war, the United States embarked on a program to enhance and improve radar technology. In 1952, the US Air Force initiated development of the SAGE system. The semi-automatic ground environment was designed to protect the airspace over the United States and Canada. SAGE was an integrated set of radars, surface-to-air missiles, and interceptors, all tied to a vast network of digital IBM computers and a long-distance communication system. In terms of complexity, the new SAGE system was the most technologically demanding project ever attempted at the time, even surpassing the development of the atomic bomb. In 1956, the first SAGE Direction Center came online at McGuire Air Force Base, and by 1962, the system was complete. At the heart of the system were 24 hardened concrete direction centers. When one of the radar sites scattered across the US detected a Soviet bomber, that information would be passed to one of the direction centers. From there, friendly fighters would be dispatched or air-to-air missiles launched. The SAGE system proved to be a marvel of technology and was remarkably reliable. Unfortunately, the interceptors being developed at the time could not fully exploit the range and warning time given by SAGE. The idea of intercepting incoming Russian bombers well before they threatened the key industrial areas of the US and Canada had great appeal. That's when the long-range Mach 3 XF-108 was born.
One of the problems with the North American continent, because you're looking at Canada as well, is it's a huge area to defend. And although in theory Russia's a long way away, if you come directly over the North Pole, it actually cuts that distance down quite a way. So to find a way of protecting this, and really to do it thoroughly, make sure you don't miss the enemy bomber, is quite difficult. And the objective of SAGE was to have radar stations based all over the country, so you've got a constant plot of what's moving into the area, moving into airspace, and then the weaponry is to deal with it if you have an enemy bomber to actually take out. And that's either surface-to-air missiles from shorter range or these long-range interceptors to deal with them much further out.
The new SAGE system was a force multiplier, but the fighters in production at that time didn't have the range or firepower to fully exploit its capability. For some, the most logical solution was to turn a B-47 Stratojet medium bomber into long-range interceptors, armed with dozens of air-to-air missiles. This idea, however, was never taken seriously. While the Pentagon agreed with the need for a long-range interceptor, no development program was put forward. Air Defense Command was, however, very insistent, and in October 1953 attempted to gain formal Air Force approval for a new interceptor. They also added some overly ambitious requirements for their new aircraft. The first was the capability to attack an incoming bomber from both the rear and from head-on. The radar had to have an airborne moving target indicator and an anti-chaff synchronizer. Air Defense Command also wanted a 3-bomber per kill mission. Armament included 270 2.75-inch rockets, 18 Falcon missiles, and 3 nuclear rockets. It was a tall order. Either the Air Defense Command had little faith in the reliability of the weapons, or the ability of the pilots to shoot straight.
Well, the air defense system that we had in this country in the early days, we had the F-101 built by McDonnell. We had the 102 built by Convair, and the 106. These were all air defense fighters, including the F-86D model. That was another air defense fighter, a night fighter. And so, but those airplanes were what we call short-legged. They had limited range, and they were dependent upon the ground environment radars to pick up any the incoming targets, so they can then direct the fighter to intercept that target. Whereas the 108 was going to be a big step beyond all those capabilities, and would be able to fly at 3 times the speed of sound at Mach 3, and would be able to sweep out large areas like 200 miles ahead of the airplane, and they wouldn't be dependent upon the ground environment.
The XF-108 interceptor was a shining example of a weapons program caught in the push and pull of inter-service rivalry. Various Air Force organizations and the Air Defense Command went back and forth, each pushing their own vision as to what would be the best aircraft. For Air Defense Command, time was the critical factor. They wanted a fighter operational by January 1958, which meant eliminating any industry competition. To speed the process, unsolicited designs were proposed. 2 were considered. One was from Northrop in the form of a Super Scorpion, and the other a 2-seat version of the F-101 Voodoo from McDonnell Douglas. Back at Air Force headquarters, the first requirements for a new fighter were being sketched out. It would be an all-weather, twin-seat, twin-engine aircraft with a radius of 1,000 miles. It would also operate inside the SAGE network with the capability of independent interception. Studies conducted by the Wright Air Development Center concluded that both the Super Scorpion and the two-place F-101 would not provide the needed performance for a long-range interceptor. Air Force headquarters realized that any new fighter would not be operational before 1960. To expedite the process, requests for proposals were issued in May 1954. 7 proposals were received, but none were really satisfactory. Finally, after what seemed like an endless struggle between Air Defense Command and Air Research Development Command, a new requirement for a new long-range interceptor experimental was issued by ARDC. The new fighter was to have a speed of Mach 1.7 at 40,000 feet with a 1,000-mile radius of action. On October 11, 1955, study contracts were issued to Lockheed, Northrop, and North American. Due to funding constraints, the Air Force was forced to select a single contractor, with North American coming out on top. On June 6, 1957, North American was issued a contract for 2 prototypes for a long-range, high-performance interceptor, designated XF-108. This would be North American's last fighter design. Even at this stage, arguments continued as to whether the new fighter should be a long-range or a medium-range interceptor. The final answer would be both. The F-108 was designed primarily as a long-range interceptor with a medium-range capability. Not surprisingly, the medium-range idea was largely ignored. There were also reports the F-108 was to be a long-range escort fighter for the new B-70 Valkyrie, but this never was the case. At the heart of the F-108 was its new airborne radar system. Both Hughes and RCA had fire control systems that would work with the F-108. Both were evaluated, with Hughes winning the contract. The F-108 long-range interceptor was proving extremely expensive. By the beginning of 1958, it was burning through more than $3 million a month, and that didn't include the effort by Hughes and the fire control system. Even at this point, performance estimates were still very rough, but encouraging. Powered by 2 General Electric J93 engines, each developing 38,000 pounds of thrust, the new F-108 was to be a long-range, high-altitude supersonic interceptor capable of destroying supersonic enemy aircraft. Unlike the XF-103, which was designed for high Mach dash speeds, the F-108 would cruise at Mach 3 at 70,000 feet.
The power plant for the F-108 were 2 General Electric GE93 turbojets, each of them creating 23,700 pounds of thrust. There was 3 JAR-9 air-to-air missiles, which eventually were to be redesignated AIM-47, and they would have been carried in an internal weapons bay. All at weight is 100,000 pounds, and the aircraft was designed to fly towards Mach 3 at altitudes of up to 80,000 feet with a phenomenal rate of climb. And these were performance figures really for the time. Well, even today we'd make you blink. They're so phenomenal. For the 1950s, 50 odd plus years ago, quite remarkable figures. And as needless to say, the actual process of designing and developing this would cost a lot of money and would actually bring the aircraft down in due course.
In 1958, a new wrinkle was added to the F-108 program. As part of their original bid, North American proposed sharing components between the F-108 and the XB-70 bomber. In theory, it would lower the costs for both aircraft, but in reality, it was a decision that everybody would later regret. The F-108 program spent a great deal of time and money testing new materials and developing methods of fabrication from advanced alloys. In addition to the stainless steel honeycomb panels, the F-108 investigated various metals, including hardened steels, beryllium, and titanium. It also developed both cloth laminates and other composites. Many of these technologies would benefit the aerospace industry as a whole, but would never be used on the F-108. North American was also designing an escape capsule for both the F-108 and the XB-70, releasing a canopy and successfully ejecting from an aircraft. Streaking along at 2,000 miles per hour at 70,000 feet was next to impossible. For the F-108, both the pilot and radar operator would have individual escape capsules. When trouble struck, an internal clamshell door would slide up over each crewman, completely enclosing them. The entire capsule would be ejected out of the aircraft. It was not a new idea and came courtesy of Republic's XF-103.
The escape capsule was another shared. We would have had the same crew capsule in the 108 as the B-70 did, which later on was used, by the way. And so I always have felt a close connection to the B-70 program as a result of the interrelationship of the two. They use the same technology.
During this period, new studies and ideas were continually being put forward. One study evaluated the effects of installing an aerial refueling capability. Others looked at thrust reversers, a boron-based high-energy fuel instead of the regular JP6 jet fuel, and whether different engines would improve performance. Even with all the additional studies, progress was being made. The Hughes ASG-18 radar system had passed the mock-up stage and was considered feasible and acceptable. The ASG-18 was to be the first pulse Doppler radar developed in the United States. It would also have a look-down, look-up capability, but as powerful as it was, it could only track one target at a time. But troubles began to mount and delays set in. On November 19, 1958, the operational date for the F-108 was pushed back to mid-1963, and the number of prototypes was cut from 31 to 20. The first flight was also delayed by 3 months and scheduled for April 1960. There were also mounting problems with the all-missile armament. The F-108's armament consisted of 3 Hughes GAR-9 missiles. Large and highly advanced, the GAR-9 soon ran into a series of delays and changing requirements. The Air Force, unhappy with the progress of the semi-active homing radar, asked for a dual system consisting both of a semi-active and infrared seeker. This was a major headache for Hughes. The original missile had not been designed for 2 seekers and would have to be larger. Rocket motor development was also running into problems. By the time the GAR-9 was actually built, it had less power and was only capable of Mach 4, far from the planned Mach 6. Fortunately, much of what was learned developing the GAR-9 would be used for the US Navy's successful AIM-54 Phoenix missile.
The F-108 as an air defense fighter, being able to fly at 3 times the speed of sound and having a new radar, 5 kW in power, was far more powerful than any other airborne radars, as developed by Hughes Aircraft, along with the GAR-9 missile that was developed by Hughes as well, an air-to-air. These 3 GAR-9 missiles would be in a missile bay underneath the 108, and after intercepting a target of Russian bombers that are coming over the North Pole region, they could be launched, and of course the atomic warhead wouldn't be like the atomic warheads we think of in our ballistic missiles, they're scaled down, so it wouldn't be of equivalent size in the actual destructive capability. But it was the first of its kind in that era to even be conceived on an air-to-air missile.
In January 1959, the F-108 mock-up was ready for inspection. On January 5th, the Air Force Development Engineering Inspection took place, followed by a full inspection on the 26th. A notable member at the time of the inspection team was Double Ace Lieutenant Colonel Robin Olds. He would later become a Triple Ace during the Vietnam War. In addition to the full-scale mock-up, a metal mock-up of the forward fuselage was also on display.
I spent a great deal of time at North American, and we had a mock-up of the airplane built where we called in our technical team and also the air defense people so they could have their inputs on how the cockpit might best suit them. So we had an ongoing program that, of course, I was hoping that it would continue.
First flight for the Mach 3 F-108 was scheduled for March 1961 with an Air Force requirement of 480 aircraft. As with all combat aircraft, the F-108 was being viewed as more than just a long-range interceptor. One idea was to use the F-108 as a gap filler for the distant warning radars on the dew line. Based at remote Arctic airstrips, the idea was to keep a number of F-108s constantly airborne in order to eliminate gaps in the radar coverage. On May 15th, the aircraft was named Rapier, continuing a short-lived tradition of naming North American fighters after swords. As the project moved forward and support for the F-108 gathered momentum, funding became an issue. As good as the F-108 promised to be, the cost of the program would eventually overshadow all of the technological advances. As budgetary constraints began to take hold, there were other forces at play that would doom the F-108. The nightmare scenario of Soviet intercontinental ballistic missiles raining down on the US homeland in the early 1960s made the Mach 3 interceptor obsolete. Projects that included the F-108 and the XB-70 were soaking up funds now deemed necessary for America's own ICBM program. ICBMs were not only cheaper, faster, and more reliable, they were completely invulnerable to interception.
There's strictly a money reason why the program was canceled, although later on, you see, we were competing in the Cold War with Russia, and at that time, the requirement for the 108 was built upon worrying about the Russian bombers coming over from Russia over the North Pole, and we'd be able to counter that by flying over Canada and being able to stop any intruders from coming from the north. Well, later on, the intelligence didn't support the bomber threat of the Russians to the extent that we originally thought. It was, again, a question of intelligence where they didn't have limited knowledge, and they extrapolated, obviously, to make sure that we were able to counter anything that might develop. But fortunately, the Cold War didn't go any further than it did, and we never needed an airplane for air defense purposes to that extent.
On August 21, 1959, the F-108 was placed in the strictest austerity category. It would be the final nail in the coffin, and on September 23, 1959, the F-108 was officially cancelled. The harsh realities of the Cold War finally caught up with the F-108 Rapier and the dream of a Mach 3 fighter. Its legacy, however, continued. The Hughes-developed radar and weapon system found their way into the YF-12, the fighter version of the famous SR-71 Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft. 3 YF-12s were built and proved to be the only Mach 3 fighter to successfully fly for the US Air Force. Like the F-103 and F-108, the YF-12 program was cancelled in February 1968, ending once and for all the quest for a Mach 3 interceptor. In the end, North American adapted much of what was accomplished with the F-108 and put it into the A-5 Vigilante. It was the world's only Mach 2 carrier-based bomber and eventually saw extensive service with the US Navy as a reconnaissance platform during the Vietnam War.
Even though the XF-108 Rapier wasn't built, it contributed a lot to aeronautical knowledge, and it contributed a lot to the in-house knowledge of the North American design team in Southern California that was working on this aircraft. And one of the things that they did as a result of acquiring all this knowledge was to design and develop for the Navy an aircraft called the A-3J Vigilante, later called the A-5. It was designed initially as a long-range nuclear bomber to operate from carriers in the days when the Navy was searching for a nuclear role for its aircraft carrier fleet.
North American would never design another fighter. Its talent and expertise would soon be channeled into the space race. Amazing aircraft like the rocket-powered X-15 would break records and soar to the edge of space. Its space division would go on to design the Apollo space capsule, and in 1967, North American merged with the Rockwell Standard Corporation to become the North American Rockwell Corporation. This merger would produce the world's first spaceplane. Ordered by NASA in 1972, the space shuttle would revolutionize spaceflight and usher in a new era of flight.